on Stat 201.
Get out of this shot. Get out of here. Jason, no, Jason. Jason, no. No, Jason, no. Out of this shot. We're doing the class. Jason. Okay, we can just frame the shot up really good right here. So let's just frame it. No, bring it back the other way. No, go the other. Jason, oh no, careful. Oh. Tyson variables we had. What is Jason? What are you doing? Mark? No more bonus points. You lose your bonus point, and you lose your bonus point, and you lose your bonus points.
And now, the exciting conclusion.
Hey everyone, how are we doing this morning? It's an old one right there. I just pulled some stuff out of the archive right there. How's everyone doing? Having a good morning? It's your last day of college. That is so cool. That is so awesome. The Stat Nation lives on. We may have taken away all the bonus points in the intro video. I'm just kidding. They're not gone. Except when Brian makes mistakes during Kahoots and he totally kills everyone. I felt so bad. I was like, oh, wait a minute. We're not really doing chi-squares. I was like, oh, I should skip these. And everyone's like, my streak. Congratulations. Everyone give a round of applause for Erica right there. Everyone, let's put some congrats in the chat. You know what I'm going to do here in a second. I can't spell congratulations. Oh, and then Morgan also? Oh, man. So you spell it? I can't see. There we go. Why can't I take Morgan? Wait, duh. I can't spell. I am so blind this morning. I swear I put in my contacts. Let's do a little bit of celebration right here. We got it right here. Oh, we got to go to the other screen. It's the last day of college right here for Erica and Morgan. Celebrate. You got it. You guys know what's going to happen. Yep. Congratulations. You guys earned it. And last day of college, that's awesome. That's the way to go. You know what? Let me hop back to the other screen here. We, one thing is, I was going to say my last day of college was also in the summer. I graduated summer 2015. So I graduated in the summer too. So congratulations. And yeah, I'm a summer graduate myself also. And actually, I took mini-term also. I took a political science class that mini-term. And then I finished up, I can't remember what else I took, but I liked the political science class. It was, I think the guy still teaches here. So I see him around. Oh, my friend Leland still knows his name. Like, we'll talk about it because we took that class together. I knew him before that. Lived in the dorms together. So Grieve Hall. No one lives in Grieve Hall anymore. But how is everyone doing? Everybody is ready to go. Last day. Let me change the random daily event here. Can I change it? Let me change it to Wacky Wednesdays. Let's hope this works. Does it work? Yes, it does. It is Wacky Wednesdays. So, which my... Yeah! I like mini-term a lot. Mini-term is, you know, a really good way to get a course done quickly. You just got to stay up with it. You got to, like, stay on top of the work. No worries, Jack. It's all about, you know, I took 5.5 years to graduate college. I'll just say it flat out. So don't worry if people are like, no chi-square on the test. Yep. And so don't worry if for some reason college takes you a little bit longer. Some people take shorter. I know people have graduated college at 2021 and probably people have graduated college at like 19. So, you know, people graduate college very young. People graduate college. I have friends who graduated in their 30s. I've seen people graduate in their 40s and 50s, maybe even 60s. But, you know, graduating college is a great achievement. And no matter when you do it, you know, you should be applauded. So, you know, whether it takes you 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, once you're done, hey, that's awesome. Like when you've got the degree. And yeah, exactly. Everyone goes on their own timeline and like you can come back at a second degree. You can go on and get a master's degree, like whatever, you know. And you know, what's interesting, Claire, you say that when I came back to college, in 2009, I was going for a second undergraduate degree. Very, very quick story about myself. I got my undergrad in psychology, 2005 from UT, and then I went and became an archaeologist. And I decided to come back to get an undergraduate in statistics. And then when I was getting my graduate in statistics, they started the business analytics program. Hey, we're kind of going into this right here. So when I heard about the business analytics program, I was like, well, I should finish my stats degree, and that way I'll have a second undergraduate. And Dr. Lightnaker, so she said to me, she said, Brian, you should apply to the program. And I said, well, I really want to finish my second degree, so I have a second undergraduate. And she said, you should really apply. And I was like, well, I don't know if I'll get in. She said, Brian, I'm the one on the, what is it called? I'm on the committee that lets people in or whatever. And I was like, oh, and you're asking me to apply? And she's like, yes. And I was like, okay, I'm going to apply. I'll apply. So I applied and got in. But so thank you to Dr. Lightnaker, and she recently lost someone very important to her. So I've a lot of, she's on my mind right now, I guess, too. But yes, so, but, you know, it's all about, I try to tell students this, that it's all about, you know, trying. Now you run that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You know, times change. And what happened is I like psychology. If you can't tell, like my whole class is like a psychology experiment. Like every semester, I'm always like analyzing. I love data. I love people. I love analyzing things. And this is like the perfect thing for me because I'm always trying to figure out how to like motivate you guys more. I'm always like trying to be like, how can we, you know, like create a more interactive, more engaging class? And every semester, I consider like another opportunity to do better at what I do. And I'm always trying to like, I read so here's a great segue also. TN Voice is out. I sent out the reminder on it. So please fill out the TN Voice. Please fill out the TN Voice. I say that someone's going to fill it out and hate me, but this feels yeah. Hey, I could probably do that, Neelan. I bet. Let me do that, Neelan. Neelan, remind me via email. Neelan, 100 points on these wacky Wednesdays to start out. You got it right. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm pointing. I'm bro fisting. I'm giving thumbs up. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm giving high fives. I'm doing every single good idea thing out there. I don't know. It's just reaching out there into the space of the world. So, is getting a master's worth it? Because I would like to get one, but it's so expensive. Great question, Keaton, right there. Yeah, you know what, Keaton, we're going to start this lecture right here, and I'll mention more about that. There you go. Oh, thank you, Hannah. And, you know, my goal is that I want you guys to learn. I want you guys to have fun. I want you to enjoy learning statistics. And if I've achieved that goal, then that's what I want. And I also want people to know, I know as cheesy as it sounds, that I actually care. You know, I've got students who take incompletes and stuff like that because things happen in life. And I work with students who are, you know, things happen. And I try to be there's a thing in debate, because I love debate. I should stop debating. I should never debate people again. But it's called the principle of charity. And the principle of charity means when someone says something, you take it in the most charitable way. And so in debate, if someone says like the earth is flat, which is ridiculous, let's just be serious here. You say, you know, what information led you to believe this? And if they say, well, because there's no evidence it's round, and you might say, well, if I were to show you evidence it's round, might that convince you? And you kind of go from there. You work with what they give you, and you try to take it in the most charitable way. So we're not debating the shape of the earth, obviously, but you have to, you know, when someone says these are the things I'm going through, you take it in the most charitable way. If you attempt a PhD, most schools will waive tuition. Yeah, that's especially with really advanced degrees. Isaac's totally right. Well, thank you so much, Taylor. If you're interested in medical, getting a master's for a PA is a great choice. Only 2 years and comes out. Yeah, Claire's got some good stuff right there. Hashtag flat. It's totally here. You want to know one of the best ways, or at least I think, the flat Earth model cannot explain the Folkett pendulum. Folkett, I can't say it right, but pendulums move by the sway of the Earth. Like the motion of the Earth explains how pendulums work. You also have the I'm totally gonna mess it up. Like a flat Earther's gonna watch this. The Coriolis effect, which is generally you see like with you know, the Army uses and everything. I'm not gonna go into too much detail. You can see that other planets are oblate spheroids. You know, we can do a lot of stuff with, you know, we have the heavens above us, the stars above us. So, yep. I know it is so cool, isn't it, Isaac? And there's no flat Earth model that explains that. There's no flat Earth model that explains why it moves. Someone once told me one time that it had a motor inside of it, and I'm like, no, It's because of when you hang it so high, the motion of the earth actually causes it to sway. So, this is actually, you can actually, tell the time and all these things with it. There's no motor inside of it. It doesn't work that way. And, you just, maybe someone told them that. So you have to be like, that is inaccurate information. We could go view one if you want. So, so always try to, not society the aliens. Now that I can't, that's gonna be harder to debate. That I'm gonna have a harder time fighting off. That one I don't know if I can get around. We have satellites which are in constant free fall towards Earth. That's what it means to orbit, is to be like, to be going at I guess, would it be a velocity, like a vector, I think, like a lot of mathematics, but then also your downward acceleration and your outward acceleration are kind of at a, because that's what the earth, the moon is a satellite around the earth. So, but it's really interesting when you see a lot of the people who debate the flat earth, like they actually, yeah, it's astronomy and stuff like that is very interesting, and there's a lot of people who debate the flat earth who sadly are kind of good at it. So, and good at it is, I mean, like, this is the last thing I'm going to say. When it comes to debate, you don't have to be right to win. The person who wins a debate made the most convincing argument. But flat earth is obviously wrong. We've got so many things that will show us the earth is an oblate spheroid, like so many proofs you can do. Another really cool proof you can do is you can set up wells. You can make 3 wells in the ground. And the way that the sunlight comes down into the wells is actually explained by the oblate or the bent shape of the earth, because you will see certain geometric angles from the sunlight coming down into the earth. If you make 3 wells on the flat earth, there's no way that the geometric angles can be explained by either sunlight coming in at angles or down. It's only explained by the curved shape of the earth. So, because if you actually look at the angles over certain times, so we can do this. We've had geometry for a very long time. And there's all these old ways of doing it. Like Jared points out, there's all these old ways of doing it that we know of, but because people aren't doing them nowadays, it's just like people are like, well, I guess we can't do it. No, there's ways, there's geometry. And then, well, people will say that the response to that one is, well, you can use magnification to bring it back. Oh, it's just going out of your view, but that's not true. We can show that. And then there's refraction of light. Oh, there's so many things. It's very interesting. I love learning. Guess what, guys and gals? It is time for some intro to business analytics. A lot of great questions came up right now, and if I can tell you one thing in life, we do a little Brian's advice right now, it's keep learning, keep thinking, keep engaging like you're doing right here. Because if someone says, Andrew, what's up? And there's only one shape, no matter how much you look at it, it always has horizon, hint to sphere. Yep, oblate spheroid. Stand on Antarctica without falling off. Yeah. And I've seen someone who's been to Antarctica, so they'll be like, oh, Antarctica doesn't exist, ice wall. And you're like, no, there's people like Landon Curtinall, he's a mathematician, computer scientist guy. He's been to Antarctica. So, he's lying. Well, okay, everyone's lying then. What can I say to you if I can show you someone who's been to, what if if you just tell me everyone's lying, then I can't do much with that. And that's not the principle of charity to say this person's lying. The best you can do is be charitable towards someone. No one's been to Antarctica. Well, here's someone who has. So, they haven't. Okay, so here we go. Let's get serious right here. You ready? Morning. Good to see you, Gracie. You guys get me so hyped. You guys get me all excited about class. So, your friend lived there. Claire's friend lived there. You see? It's crazy. It's there. It's real. Here we go. You ready? We've got the introduction to business analytics going on right here. This is the last bit of information you need to know for the final. This is the last bit of information. If you pay attention to this, you will know it. There's no My Pearson over this one. And technically, there's one more My Pearson assignment, but there is a drop. So, but I also don't think the My Pearson's that bad, and we will do it after class. So remember, I will do the last My Pearson assignment after class. The test is open till 5 p.m. tomorrow. Double check. Someone said it wasn't open, but I think it is. I looked again at the settings, and it looks like it is open. Okay, business analytics. What the heck is business analytics? Well, we have 3 things in business analytics. So this is one note you might want to take. I don't think this is on there. I'll look, but I don't think it is. We have descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. 1 drop for this section. Yep, you got it. And this is the last day of class. So what are descriptive? Well, Miss Julio being in here, and good to see you, Andrew, this morning. when we talk about descriptive analytics is like when we have a baseball player and we talk about how far they hit the ball. So we have a baseball player and we say, like, how far do they hit the ball? Thank you very much, Neil, and 100 points again. And then predictive analytics, maybe we have a player and we want to see if they will succeed in the majors. So predictive analytics is about making future predictions, like, will this player be successful in the majors? And then prescriptive analytics is like making a prescription. So when we make a prescription here, we figure out what to do. So Andrew's talking about his car trip right here. And so he made a prescription. He made a plan of action. That's prescriptive analytics, to say, here's what I'm going to do step by step by step. So think about this. Which of these do you think is the hardest? Option 1, option 2, or option 3? Let's get some voting in the chat right here. I'll get the votes up for you guys, so get ready to do some votes. Let's do voting for option 1, option 2, or option 3. Give me a half second. It should be here in just a moment. Which of these do you think is the hardest? You'll see it appear in the chat. And here it is open. It should be open now. You guys should start seeing it appear. Which of these? Well, remember, I've got the poll open. Go ahead and vote in the poll. Remember how we vote in the poll? You got it. So we see a lot. Oh, it's looking great. Looks like you guys understand which of these is going to be the hardest. So just with everyone voting 3, and you are voting accurately if you're voting 3, think about what 3 is. 3 is basically not just understanding what's going on, not just making predictions, but then making choices based on those predictions. So, you could understand, what are your customers buying? Cool. That's like, like, okay, they buy 20% of our customers buy this product. Or like we did with our pizzas, we did descriptive analytics. In your project, you were doing descriptive analytics. And then you might use it for predictive analytics. We were talking about, like, how much pepperoni should we keep on stock? That'd be prescriptive, because we're talking about how much we should buy, but we'd need to know how much pepperoni will we sell next week, and then how much pepperoni should we order is prescriptive analytics. So how much pepperoni are we currently selling? Descriptive. How much pepperoni do we plan to sell next week? Predictive. How much pepperoni should we order? And you think you'd have to, so it's kind of the end goal of it, to make a plan of action, to use statistics to make decisions. So prescriptive analytics is often the end goal right here. You've got descriptive, just describing what's going on. Predictive, predicting what's going on. Prescriptive, think of it as you're prescribing something. You're saying, like, here's our course of action. That's how I keep it straight in my head. And I don't think you'll have to memorize these. You might have to, recognize them. I'll take a look later, but I think I know what is on the, go close to poll. I think I know what's on the final on business analytics. And it's really easy. If you are paying attention to this, so here's your goal. Just pay attention to what I'm saying, and you should get the business analytics questions. So we got tons and tons of companies using business analytics. Probably some of my favorite ones are, you will see here, Amazon. Every time you have recommendations, not just book recommendations, who here looks at their Amazon recommendations and is like, whoa, I should buy that? I mean, I'm guilty of it sometimes too, and being like, let's just see what Amazon's recommending to me. Yeah, and then you're like, whoa, that's cool. That's cool. I want that. And you're like, let me see what they know about me. Let me see what they want. Yep, everyone does it because they're really good at it. It's analytics. We actually call that market basket analytics. I alluded to that during the project, but I know Amazon is my weakness. I've got a jar of coins over there, and I'm about to turn it in. But I think the only place you can get coins counted, at least I've seen so far, is and I spend money on Amazon. So the Coinstars will give you an Amazon gift card. So I think I'm going to bring it to a Coinstar. It's almost $200 in coins. And so they got everything on there. Amazon is crazy. Customers also bought. Yeah, that's market basket analysis. Yep, exactly. They're really good at making predictions. And then you look at American Express. My uncle works at a bank. He's a VP, I think. I think he is. I don't know. I'll have to ask him again. But we were talking about, type 1, type 2 errors. Every time you run your credit card, this is a review of yesterday now. What do you think the null hypothesis is? Do you think it's a good transaction as the null, or they have the null as it's a bad transaction? What do you think the null hypothesis is when you run a credit card for a bank? What do you think the null hypothesis is? That it's a good transaction or bad? Yeah, that's my problem, Ethan. 100 points, Ethan, right there. Null is good because I don't want them to take 5% because I'm like, maybe I should. I don't know. That'd be $7-8. Publix is close also. So now I'm thinking about Publix. I don't know if it's $200. It's like 6, I don't know. That's 5%. Is not the end of the world if I can actually get cash out of it, because then it'll just cause me to buy things on Amazon. But I don't know. I might need things on Amazon. The null is that it's a good transaction. So who can explain in words? This is a really good review. What a type 1 error is. Who can explain in words right here what the type 1 error is? Remember, in a type 1, the null is true, but we reject it. I agree, Claire. Claire, 100 points. Wacky Wednesdays. Wacky Wednesdays. But what does it mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? It'd be a false positive, technically. What does this mean? When it's a good but then what does it mean to reject it, Valerie? What does it mean? It's good, but we... Yes, Zulon right there. Zulon, 100 points. It is good, but we thought it's a bad transaction. Yep. And so does everyone see? The null is true. It is true that this is a good transaction, but we mistakenly reject it and say it's bad. Ben, 100 points. That's perfect wording right there. Sorry, there's so many answers. 100 points, all these answers. Amazing job. It's Wacky Wednesdays. We got to see the full thing right there. It's Wacky Wednesdays. So, I love it. And so, yep. So think about this. When we say a type 1 error was made, it's a false positive. As in, like, think about this. Like, we're trying to identify bad transactions. We made a false positive. Yeah, we're saying, like, the transaction is guilty of being bad. Thank you, SpongeBob, man. And so I should have done some SpongeBob stuff. What is a type 2 error? What is a type 2 error? In a type 2, the null is false, and we failed to reject it. What does that mean? In a type 2, the null is false, and we fail to reject it. So what does that mean? Put it in words to someone who doesn't know business analytics. Tell me without my knowledge of business analytics. When the transaction is actually bad, but we say it's good. Yeah, Sophia, 100 points right there. Boom, that's it. Because it's false that the transaction is good. The null is false. The transaction is actually bad. Valerie, I think, yep, but it shows as a good transaction. Yeah, that's a type 2 error. So now it's a false negative. We didn't catch the bad transaction. So you could say we didn't catch a bad transaction. The bad transaction went through as a good transaction because we failed to reject the null. Now, if you're talking to someone, you might just say, no, this is a type 2 error, but you might just say, we let a bad transaction go through. Like, we didn't catch it. So that's another way of saying it very briefly. A type 2 error would be not catching a bad transaction. A type 1 error is flagging a good transaction. So which of these is worse? Well, a type 1 error flagging a good transaction would cause somebody stress. Like, you run your card, it doesn't work, you got to call your bank company, hopefully they get it cleared up. A type 2 error could cost someone a lot of money. So I think if you've had a credit card as long as I have, you maybe ran your credit card once or twice and it doesn't work. I know sometimes, like, I've traveled between states and stuff, and then they're like, oh, we had this questionable transaction. You're like, yeah, that was me. I was buying a donut at a gas station. And they're like, okay, cool. And so you can see things like this. You can see where you get flagged for false positives, but then hopefully I've never had a false negative. If I have a false negative and they didn't catch it, that means I've lost money. Yep. And as long as the bank's going to cover your type 2 error, but what if the bank never sees it? What if the bank never knows there was a type 2 error? And then type 2 error would be somebody using your credit card in a bad way and getting away with it. Yep. So, but if the bank never catches the type 2 error, it would suck for you. You're right. It'd be a bummer. So you would have a transaction go through and you'd never know it, and it wouldn't be you. Now, hopefully the bank catches it and they refund you the money, but what if they never catch the type 2 error? Look at your credit card statements. Look at your credit card statements. That's Brian's life advice. Give them a little, make sure you're like, okay. I actually have something on my phone that when my credit card is used, I don't think it does it anymore. It used to do it. It would show, it'd be like such and such, like charge such and such, on your credit card. It would show me. So then I'd be like, okay, like I would literally run my card and then my phone would be like, bloop, and I'd be like, okay, transaction. So what about jobs with this right here? I know I need to turn that back on. I need to like go into my accounts and be like, why am I not seeing every transaction? I mean, people are like, oh, it's so much, but I don't mind. I know. Then I know. Yeah, I think it's a good way. It's a good like knowledge thing to know like it was used. Then sometimes one will take a while and then you'll get a message like a day later or something. You're like, what? You're like, oh, that's that thing I just did a week ago. So jobs. How about those jobs? Well, so once again, please do not, this is like us telling you what business analytics is, so you at least understand. Once again, if you want to do business analytics, that's awesome. If you don't want to do it, don't worry. If someone said to me, Brian, do you want to grade English papers? I'd be like, no. They said, Brian, do you want to do, I don't know. There's all different things. Like there's English would be my like big data. Yeah, big data is big. A lot of jobs in big data. As soon as I delete an app, I get an ad for no. But if you like the idea of like data and coding and stuff like that, if that's interested you at all, then feel free to talk to me about business analytics. It's just, there's a lot of different majors, there's a lot of different jobs. And that, yeah, Jack, yeah. And just, this is what it's all about. You've got all these companies right here. I know some people who just went and worked for Pilot. I know multiple people who have worked for Pilot in the past. Pilot does tons and tons of analytics on, their gas and fuel sales and just analytics within what they're selling in the store. Oak Ridge, yeah, Oak Ridge is huge. Y12, Oak Ridge. So you've got tons and tons of analytics being done there. It's your major tile. That's awesome. And you see here, Target. Target's very big on their analytics. We'll talk about them at the end right here. You got dunnhumby, which is 8451. Just so you know, let me show you dunnhumby's site. And students showed me last semester. And you know what? This is so crazy. The student last semester. This is last semester. Last semester we were doing this presentation, and a student in the chat. You can literally go watch the video. She was like, "My brother works at 8451, and he came in here and started talking to us and telling us a little bit more about analytics and what he does. He's computer science, so he's more on the, he said, data engineering side. Data engineering is how people kind of get data, and it's like you have the people who get you the data, the people who analyze the data, and so there's different steps in the data process. Like he's more about like, how do we get data from our customers, not how do we analyze the data. So he's working on that, like making sure the data is good for the people who get the data. So, and he's like setting all that stuff. So they even got a client login. Where's that? They told me last semester where it's at. Our products, our services, well, data science right here. Wow, I've never clicked this. It all starts with customers. See, they got to get their data. We apply complex data to connect our customers with the brands they love. Oh, there we go. Customer approach, data, insights, literally. So you got the customer, you get the data, you make your insights, and then you make your decisions right here. So yeah, they're literally showing you the pathway. Podcast, tech blogs, secrets in the sauce. Learn more. What's going on right here? Wait. Look at this. What do we have right here? Can you see it? I'm probably making it too big. Predictive and prescriptive analytics. They want to predict what their customers are going to do and then make decisions. And I totally just clicked this random, I swear. But predictive and prescriptive analytics are the key words. Predictive, predicting the future, prescriptive, making decisions into the future. So they're not just going to predict it, they're going to make decisions about what they're going to do. Where is it? Is it our services, our products? I've never clicked around so much in their site. I should not play their video or I'll get like, wait, what did I say? Stratium, or what did I ever say? Stratum? So I want to see where it says our careers. They showed me last semester where it was at, but the people they've worked with, who we are, I think it's under who we are. Is it the name? Oh, have I met that dude? 1 billion personalized offers delivered last year. 1 billion, I know, right? This is pretty interesting. 10 petabytes of data. That is 10,000 terabytes. Like when you think about your computer, they have 10,000 terabytes of data. They've analyzed 60 million households. There we go. 138 data scores models used. 3 billion shopper baskets analyzed. Yeah, they are crazy big on data. They do have a thing. Where is it? Recognition of clients. Here it is. So let's see if they've worked with anyone you guys know. You ready? Okay, we've got here Coca-Cola, Chobani, Campbell's, Dole, Dannon, Kellogg's, Mars, Pepsi. They got Pepsi, Procter & Gamble, which pretty much make everything. So you got Unilever. These are their companies. And Kroger, of course. They're very big on the Kroger analytics. Tesla is doing some crazy stuff with driving cars. Yes, those are neural networks. And we've got slides on neural networks. Like, we teach neural nets. There's neural nets right there. Our training neural nets. Do I not have my data mining? I'll pull up the neural net slides, but we do stuff with neural nets in our class. So if we go over, I'll show you guys that real quick because we're just talking about what we do in business analytics. Let me show you some slides on neural nets real quick because they're super cool. I love neural nets. I love doing analytics, and I'll show you just briefly here. We just finished the spring. Okay, I can get the slides here, I think. 2 seconds, I will show you some slides on neural nets. So you can actually, you guys are probably, has anyone heard about a neural net before? If you guys can't tell this stuff, I'm like, this is awesome. That's support vector machines. Here we go. I'm bringing up the slides on neural nets. And so I would say they're probably using, okay. Who here has heard of neural nets before? Neural nets are a really advanced model. I mean, they're not like, and so here's the neural nets. So if you were to take this class with me, these are the slides you would see. And you know what's very interesting about this? Do you guys remember regression? What do you think this is? 1,000 points for the first person who can tell me what this is in the model. Who can tell me what that is in the model? 1,000 points first person who can tell me what that is. You have to remember regression, know what it is. Ah, close, close, good guess. 100 points, Devin, good guess. Remember regression. Yep, needy. Needy got it. It's like B0. And then this is like B1 right here. So this is B1, and that's the X right there. Needy, amazing job. Emily, 500 points. Great job. It's the y-intercept. We call it the offset in this model, but it's the y-intercept. It's when all the x's are equal to 0. You know something about neural nets now. Neural nets are based on a thing called a perceptron, and it uses logistic regression. So this is a logistic regression curve right here. This is actually a step model, but we'll use logistic regression for it. If you notice right here, each of the x's come into the model, and all of the x's get coefficients. So you have x1 with the coefficient of x1, x2 with the coefficient of x2, x3 with the coefficient, or all the way down to all the x's. Multiple inputs. And then what you have right here is that we have the offset. So this right here is the offset, and there is no intercept variable. So that's why, because there is no x variable. And let's just see here. One of the big things we use, so there's the logistic model being used, and we're just talking about the different models. And then there's an advance with the perceptrons. There's the mathematics of it. And where do we use things like neural nets? Neural nets are oftentimes used, this is taught in 474, data mining class. So this is a senior level class. So you're seeing the senior level notes, yay! And we use it to recognize like pattern recognition. So when you think about a car driving down the road, oh, can I show you any of this? I'm too afraid to show a YouTube video on stream because Seth Bling's a nice guy. Seth Bling. Okay, I'm gonna get one scene of it. So Seth Bling, if you see that your video is claimed, if you see that it's got a screenshot, Seth Bling, don't take down my channel, man. You're great. I appreciate what you do, Seth Bling. Your video has about 1 million views. This is self-driving Mario Kart with recurring neural net. And so when you talk about pattern recognition, here it is right here. I don't think he's going to take down our video for us just showing this. It's just showing a screen grab of his video. We're doing a review, critical review. If you look right here, he's got a function being created. And think about this. What he has right here, this is a recurrent neural net. Yeah, there's so much you can do. And look at this right here. Just like we are doing with the pattern recognition in the notes, do you see how we're using pattern recognition to break down what this image is? Guess what he does? He does the same thing here with Mario Kart. So while the kart's driving along, it's solving a regression equation at all times, making a decision about what to do. He shows the sigmoid curve. Where's he showing the sigmoid curve? Look, do you see this in the notes right here? So there's that. And literally, if you go back just a few slides, here's this. He's using the exact same thing. So it's just the same thing. He's using a recurrent neural network, which is a little more advanced, to make all these decisions. And where does he show the sigmoid curve? He shows it, there it is. So here's the sigmoidal curve. All it's doing is predicting probabilities, and then he's using it to drive Mario Kart. So it drives around the whole track, figuring out, and what's it trying to do? The X inputs are this. The screen is the X inputs. 1,000-point question. What are the Y outputs? What are the Y outputs? Who knows what the Y output for this model is? What would be the Y outputs? The Y outputs are on the screen. And what do you want to predict in Mario Kart? 1,000 points. Crazy points today. Wacky Wednesdays. Oh, we can't do Wacky Wednesdays on the screen. Hopefully you saw this, Seth Bling. Seth Bling, you're awesome. Not stealing your video here. Isaac right there. 1,000 points. The direction to drive. Those are the Y outputs right there. It's at the bottom of the screen right here. So he's using all of these X inputs. He's using the screen, breaking it down into just different like pixels. If you see, this is an image of the screen over here. And he also did this with Mario, just regular old Mario. And he did it with a neural network via neuroevolution. So we should be able to see. Let me bring it over here. So this video has 10 million views. Don't take me down, Seth Bling. Don't take me down. This video has 10 million views, and he's having Mario learn over a certain amount of time how to run. I'm taking a chance right here. Seth Bling, I'm not stealing your video. Go check out this video. Go check out this video. I'm dropping it in the chat right now. I'm getting you more views, Seth Bling. So there's the video. Don't check it out now. But this is the video about how he used Mario and a machine learning algorithm via neuroevolution, so you can see how it's called genome and species and everything up here. So you can see how this works. Really cool video. I should have made it like a note-taking quiz. We're going to give him a like right here. Thank you, Seth Bling. So we'll give him a sub on the Stat201 channel. Cool. I'm subbed on my regular channel. But check it out. That is one of the coolest ways people are using all these learning algorithms that we have, like neural nets and stuff. So it's really advanced stuff, does a ton of computations, can only be done with like modern day computers. I mean, you could do it with a computer 5, 10, 20 years ago. 20 years, you're getting into it. And we've got so many things it can do. It can learn nonlinear relationships. So I think people are asking, like, what if it's nonlinear? That was one thing that came up during class. What if the relationship's nonlinear? Well, we've got lots of ways to deal with that. Hop back here to the slides. If you react to the video, it won't get copyright claimed. I hope so too. Seth Bling's video is awesome. I have praise of his video. And we didn't really show anything of it. I don't think we showed enough. I kind of just talked about what's in his video. So don't copyright claim me, Seth Bling. I hope some people are part of like networks that'll just like take down massive stuff. So yeah, I think we're good too. That was me taking a chance. I just really wanted to show it. One time, a long time ago, I showed a Stephen Colbert video and I pretty much showed the whole video, and Viacom hit me with a copyright. So I think we're good. If everything explodes, I'll go over to Twitch. We'll find out later today. Copyrights are a lot of times really quick. They'll hit you with it like, boom. But it's usually not a copyright takedown. Like, so yeah. But I think it's pretty obvious that I'm not trying to steal his views. So we're not being like, hey, we're mirroring this, which they really, if I was like, hey, I'm going to upload his video. But that's not what we're doing. We're talking about what he's done and what companies are doing. So don't worry. I think the YouTube channel is fine. When you look at what companies are doing, we have the power now to harness all the computing power. And so these models that Seth Bling creates are not something we couldn't do in our heads, but it would just take us a very long time. And we wouldn't be able to do it as fast and as accurate as computers. But we write the algorithm for the computer to do. We're just saying to the computer, you know, evaluate this, make this decision. And then it does it in loops. It does it very quickly. It does it over multiple generations of making Mario do a certain thing. So when you look at a company like Disney, does anyone know what Disney made a huge gamble on recently? Does anyone know what Disney made a huge gamble on recently to collect data on? Let's see. Disney has a big data collection. I don't see the articles anymore. It's like so long ago that they did this. Let's see if I can find the article. It's like become... Yep, here it is. I think I found it. Found it. Found the article. Disney Magic Bands. Oh, Disney Plus. Yeah, Disney Plus. Now that's the new thing. I gotta get... But the Disney Magic Bands was Disney's gamble right here, and they put a ton of money into this. How much was it? $1 billion. $1 billion. A billion. So what they do with this right here, and especially with their app, so they have just tons of information being used. Now they got Disney Plus over there, everything. But yeah, pocket change for Disney. They're like, $1 billion. Let's just do it. So Disney right here has made a huge investment in data collection. Mickey's not sweating it. Mickey's fine with that. But the Magic Bands, hop back over here. Yeah, it really is. Disney is just crushing it. But the thing is, how do you think Disney keeps crushing it? Because they made decisions to like buy Star Wars. They made decisions to buy Marvel because they're being like, okay, this company's doing really well. Like right now, this company's worth like $2 billion, but let's give them $10 billion, and then we're just going to we've got now a super profitable company. So now they maybe Matthew, who knows, but it's just they're really smart. They make a lot of smart data-driven decisions, and then they can know like when to like have certain lines. You can tell them in shorter. They can kind of control the park with data analytics, which is pretty amazing. Like the data analytics they can do and to figure out things, really impressive. Very impressive. Home Depot, I know people who've worked at Home Depot. They use data analytics all the time. Oak Ridge, once again, with Y12. Deloitte, Capital One, Jump. I know people at Jump. FedEx, I know people have gone there. Once again, there. These are all the different, I think there. I'm pretty sure I know Intel people. 3M, I worked at 3M. I did an internship there. I know people who've worked at Disney, Ernst & Young, Jewelry Television. These are all the places. Don't worry, this part you won't be asked about, Claire. I'll tell you, I'll be very specific when I'm like, this is going to be on the exam. So these are, oh no, and then Lisa right there, she graduated with my class, Business Analytics. I think these are all the companies. Yeah, and then data breaches are very important. Data security. Yep, that can happen. Valerie, you're right. 100 points, Valerie. Data security is very important. So make sure, if you're working in these companies, it's a very big, important thing to have data security. So, yes. Here's the average salaries right now. Please do not decide something based on salary. I will say this. Let me go down to the slide at the very end. Our business analytics master's students are currently making, does it have on here? Do we update this? There's our rankings and everything. 85,000 is the median salary for the MSBAs. Do not decide something based on salary. You will not be happy. And I will say this, I do know this changed. This is something like that now. Someone did not get employed within the first 6 months. Sorry, they're gonna like watch this and be like, Brian, why'd you mention me? But exactly, Josh, 100 points right there. You're right. Don't do something because of money. And if you're like, I hate data, I hate coding, I hate all these things. You don't have to like love coding, but it helps if you like coding and business analytics. You're like, I like it. I like doing some coding. So yeah, our employment rate is really good. We've done very well with, we work with the MBAs also. So yeah, the business program is so good. The business school is very serious about like, we want to give you business skills. We want to connect you with businesses. And the Haslam College of Business, we're the Haslam College of Business. We are connected to businesses. So it's, you see, but I don't think this is work. Like, think about this. I'm just like chilling, talking to you guys right now. Like, this is all right. This is cool by me. Like, I like doing stuff like this. And so just find something you like, find something you want to do. And it sounds so, just find something you want to do. That's like, come on. But it's tough. Like, I will say this, like, until I did this job, I had jobs I liked, but I love this job. And I think you guys know that. I don't know this is true personal, but why don't you work for a big company since you're really good at it? Great question, Ben. 100 points, Ben. I was offered a job at 3M. So I did my internship at 3M. And when I was doing my internship, I did my Six Sigma training. And then they wanted me to actually be a Six Sigma person at 3M. And this is 2012. So they wanted me to do the training so I'd become the trainer. So I'd basically be a teacher at 3M. And I think they were offering me like 73,000. Now that's not the 85,000 that the median is now. Remember, this is 7-8 years ago. So I think I was offered the job in 2011. I think that's right. Either 2011 or 2012. So I was offered the job 8 years ago, 73,000 with maybe like a $4,000 bonus and like $2,000 moving costs. So they offered me that job. Sorry, am I allowed to say that 3M? I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't take it, so there you go. And you can talk about what people offer you. I think we're good on that. I just got my 6 Mugi yellow belt. Yes, that's awesome, Keaton. That's awesome. Yeah. So I got my green belt, and then they wanted to get me up to black belt, and then they also wanted me to do training. They wanted me to be like involved with like teaching at 3M and stuff like that. If I remember my job position accurately, it was 8 years ago, and I turned it down. But why didn't I go do that? I really like students. I really like, this. Like when I started doing this, I loved it. And UT's been very nice to me. My salary's gone up while I've been at UT. It's if you go, you can go look at my salary. You can actually go find. But yeah, but UT's been very nice to me. UT's treated me extremely well, and I started teaching while I was actually in grad school. So when I was in grad school, I started teaching my third semester of grad school. I was in grad school 4 semesters, and so third semester of grad school I started teaching, and then it was 4th semester I graduated. But they said I could keep teaching, and it was after like a year and a half they hired me full time. So I got hired full time, and I just love doing it. Yeah, exactly, Keaton. You're right. It's a very, very big avenue towards making very good money. So Keaton, you're very accurate. Keaton, 100 points right there. And well, thank you guys. I'm glad you appreciate it. What'd you do right after graduation with your psych major? I became an archaeologist. That was probably the most profitable route I took. It depends. There's things you can do with psych major, especially psych undergrad. There's a lot of psych undergrads. Just kind of I'm saying what's true out there. And I became an archaeologist because my friend Cody was an archaeologist, and he got me into archaeology. And I dug holes in the dirt for 2 years, but I liked it. I actually liked that too, because you got to be outside. You just dug holes, and it was fun. And then I learned exactly. Yeah, and psychology helps a lot. I think my psychology undergrad helps me a lot. So like I don't want anyone to think I'm putting it down. It helps me a lot with understanding how students learn, a lot of cognitive and behavioral psychology. So I do think it's been a huge important role in my ability to connect with students and to help them. So, but it's just finding where this works. Statistics Park. Oh, we were actually doing it when it was like 2008, 2009 when Crystal Skulls came out, the kind of not so good Indiana Jones, the not so good. Exactly. And so it's all about finding what you love to do. And here's my bit of advice. So no matter no matter what you do, I don't know, Gracie, I've done a lot of things. No matter what you do in life, just like, let me change that. No matter what you do for a degree, that's what I meant to say. Find people who have that degree and shadow them, do internships. This is Brian's huge life advice. Please write this down. Shadow people, do internships, get experience. Internships will get you experience. But shadow people, do internships, get experiences. That's the number one thing to be doing while in college. Even if you just go to someone for like a week who's in a field you want and just like meet with them, talk to them, have lunch with them, have coffee with them. You're going to make a connection. You're going to understand your degree better. You're going to understand what people do in your field better. And if you're loving it, if you're like, man, this is awesome, you're making the right choices. If you're looking at it and you're like, I don't know, and I'm not trying to be like, then you should do business analytics. No. I'm just saying, maybe you're in business analytics and you meet with someone in business analytics and you're like, I don't like this. Don't do business analytics. You heard me. Don't do business analytics. If you don't like it, if you're like, I don't know about this, start a podcast. No, it's serious. It's try to find the people. I don't know how people would listen to that. We could try. But yeah, it's trite. You've maybe heard it before, but it's a lot better to experience these things now and to be like, do I like this? We got to get that TikTok going. So definitely, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Rather, Steve Nash looks like a woman. You guys are cracking me up in the chat. Sorry, Jared, you're killing me. Oh my gosh. Okay. People who can do high-level math are practically a commodity. People who can figure out the problems the right one, yada, yada, yada. But here's the biggest thing. Communication. One of the biggest things that I was kind of looking for on the pizza project, oh, good segue here. Pizza project grades should be out Friday or Saturday, so expect your grades to be finalized this weekend, but you should have a very good idea of where you stand in the class. So if you have a pretty good A, like the project can't change your grade too much unless you like do really poorly on it or didn't turn it in. Please turn in the project. If you didn't turn it in, please turn it in as soon as possible. But I will try to make it as clear as possible. You can ask, but the grader, amazing grader, should be done by Friday or Saturday, and a big portion of your grade will be the will be the test. So make sure to take the test by 5 p.m. tomorrow. And yes, so we've got that going on. The test is open till 5. Please tell me if it's not. Someone said it wasn't, but I think it is. I checked. But you have to be able to communicate what you're doing. If you notice, a lot of this class, which is why I like it. Has anyone taken Math 115? Nothing against Math 115. It's a math course, but it's different. It's different than what we do. 5 p.m. tomorrow is when it ends. Yep. Math 115 is more about solving equations. It's more about, which is what they do. They're the math department. And Bob Gass is awesome. But this is why we have Stat 201 and Math 115. This is why there's 2 courses with very similar material. Math 115 is more focused. You are supposed to know what you're doing. I'm not saying you're not, but it's a lot more focused on equations and solving math problems, where ours is more like writing reports. The writing of the report is very important. Yeah, and I can see that. Camden, it was harder. Yeah, so Bob should take, hey, Bob, if you ever see this, take that as a, yes, we're a harder course. And I try to tell students that stats to us is about a language. It's about communicating. It's about what does this mean? So when we teach statistics, it's about, can you interpret this? Can you tell me what this means? What is the median? The median is the 50th percentile. It's the middle point of the data. And so we try to turn it into words. This one does. Oh, there you go. It's we're people who utilize mathematics. We use mathematics to achieve goals. So it's not about, solving math equations to us. It's about what decision do we make from it. So it's like, okay, let's figure out the mathematics to figure out what we should do, not to just solve a math equation. So we have an end goal. So you can think of a very famous, like, people using a math equation right here. This book right here, I already mentioned her today. That is Dr. Mary Lightnaker's book on regression. This is a course taught at UT. This book I used for my regression class when I took UT, and it may have touched Brad Pitt. It may have touched Brad Pitt's arm, a book that Brian may have used. And this is Moneyball. Yeah, exactly. That's what we want. We want it to be very, like, you have to understand what you're doing. You know what's so funny, though? Here, I'm going to show you something. So, Paul De Podesta is, Jonah Hill plays him in Moneyball. So here is the real life Jonah Hill from Moneyball. So this is the real life Jonah Hill. Here's the real life Jonah Hill. This is the guy. And you know what? I think people should take pride in being a nerd. But it's so funny how they try to, like, make stereotypical nerds in movies. Like, that's Paul De Podesta. He works for the Cincinnati Browns now. So, but it's so funny that they have, let's do it, Paul De Podesta versus Jonah Hill. I'm totally misspelling his name. So, I just can't believe how they're like, this is what nerds are like. So, they literally picked, like I'll show a better picture of Jonah Hill in a moment, but that's Jonah Hill versus the guy he actually played in the movie. And then here, we'll pick this picture of Jonah Hill because he looks better. So Jonah Hill, we got to give Jonah Hill some, there you go, Jonah Hill. So that's a much better looking picture of Jonah Hill right there. And so it's so funny to me how they portray people in movies. They're like, okay, he's a nerd, so he's got to wear glasses. Okay, well, Paul De Podesta does wear glasses. And okay, yeah, I'm blind too. Okay, you got us. Us nerds are blind. Can't help it. I don't know. For some reason, nerds are blinds. Yeah, there's really, like, this stereotype. Like, there's this, like, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. Like, nothing wrong with being shorter, nothing wrong with being heavier, nothing wrong with wearing glasses, nothing wrong with any of that. But then to use it as, like, an archetype, I find to be interesting. Like, you're saying everybody who's into, video games or, math or computers or all these things that I'm into has to look a certain way. No, it's just, where there's variation. There's variation in the world. I mean, Brad Pitt they should have cast Brad Pitt as the nerd. They should have been like this guy right here. This Brad Pitt of a man. This little Brad Pitt is the nerd. The difference between nerds and super geniuses is yeah, nerds and a geek. Yeah, my major is computer engineering, but I am now a minor in business administration. Oh, that's awesome! So cool. Yeah, no, and it's all about our major right here is about applying mathematics and computer algorithms to business understanding. So yeah, if you're interested in it, and then we've got the Moneyball trailer right here. So here is one of the possible questions that could be on the final. What movie do you think we mentioned what movie was mentioned in the business analytics lecture? Let's see it in the chat. 100 points if you can tell me what movie was mentioned in the business analytics lecture. Who knows what movie was mentioned in the business analytics lecture? And I think one of the biggest things, another Brian's pet peeve, is any sort of, let's just call it bigotry. If anyone, I think that's a good, like, if you have preconceived conceptions about anybody before you meet them. Like, I don't like that about anybody. Like, if you know, like, this one random thing about someone, like, they are this, and then you come in with preconceived notions, I think we should try to remove those from our minds. We shouldn't be like, oh, this person's this, so I should think this. No, you should meet them and let them, there's Brian's life lessons with Brian. You should definitely try to come in tabula rasa. Tabula rasa means blank slate. So you should go in and be like, I'm going to let them set the impression for me because they are multitudes of things. Brian is a nerd. Brian is like, I don't know, he was a cross-country runner. He was all these different things. Be open-minded, let that person guide who they are and let their actions and who they are dictate your feelings towards them. Not just, I learned this one thing. Brian's a nerd, so he's this. Okay, no, don't do that. I'm more than that. I'm more than a nerd, but I'm still a nerd. It was out of 84. Double check, William. Send me an email about that. I want to make sure that's right. Tabula rasa is it's a very famous saying. Yeah, it's also a good Justice League episode. Brian's a nerd. Don't say that. Don't say that. Everyone said Moneyball. Don't say I'm not mentioning that movie because if I say it, it has now been mentioned. Let's double check. I think look at the way. So I think it's out of 84 points, but then it's averaged out of 100. Like the score I saw was out of 100 because I definitely know some people made higher than an 84. So double check your grade, make sure it looks accurate. It might say out of 84, but when I look at it, it shows me the grade out of 100, and then I average that grade out of 100 because some people made above an 84. So double check. We're correct? Okay, good. Make sure it looks like your grade was averaged with your quiz grades, and if it's not, tell me immediately. But I think everything is correct because it might be out of 84 points, but it's still being out of 100%. And then when you look at your grade, it'll be out of 100. Oh no, Skylar, 100 points. Skylar is right. Skylar, you are listening in. That should be like a bonus question. You are right. I gotta watch out. I talk too much. Check this out. Which of these correlations is stronger? Correlation A or correlation B? Which of these correlations is stronger? A or B? A or B? I should have played the stats guy. I would have been too busy. They'd have been like, we need models. I'd be like, I'm playing Pokemon Go. Wait, shiny. Got a shiny. It is B. B is a stronger correlation. So with B being a stronger correlation, wait a minute. Think about this. If R is higher, what also is higher? If R is higher, what also would be higher? What can you get from R that would also be higher? Yeah, Josh, email me about that immediately. It should be. I believe it is. Tell me if you don't think it is, but I think it is. It's just under a different. It says exam 2, not exam 2 respondus. R squared, 100 points right there. R squared. What does R squared mean? 100 points. Who can tell me what R squared means? R squared is the percent of variation in Y explained by X. Let's just think about that in the business sense. In the business sense, this means that team on base percentage, your on base percentage, better explains how often you win or how many runs you get, which is how you win. You win by getting runs. So your on base percentage does a better job of explaining your runs than your batting average. So should you look for players with a better on-base percentage or a better batting average? What is more important to getting runs? What explains runs better? The one with the higher R and R squared, right? You could say in terms of absolute value of R. But we would want on-base percentage, which I think Julio is in here. Man, I wish Julio would just pop in right now because he's got so much to say on baseball. If you don't remember, Julio works for the New York Yankees, and he is constantly reading up about how to do stats better and better. And so he was saying like, oh, we want WAR, which is wins above replacement. I finally learned that, Julio, wins above replacement. Hopefully no one corrects me. But the WAR stat is very important. And they've come up with like advanced statistics on this now. And all of these stats numbers are getting more and more important. And then Julio's talking about like people who overuse statistics. He's talking about a thing we call p hacking, which is when you try to find p values that are below 0.05. So you're cheating. Like he's like, oh yeah, they're talking about p hacking, Brian. They're talking about this. And I'm like, oh yeah, p hacking is when somebody purposely tries to find a p value below 0.05. If I run 100 tests, imagine if I run 100 tests, what percent of those tests by random chance would have a p-value below 0.05? If I run 100 tests, what percent of those tests by random chance we would expect to have a p-value below 0.05? I run 100 tests. Close. 100 points right there, Mona. Close. 100 tests, and 5% Jack, 100 points right there, 5%. By random chance, I run 100 tests. So that means I'd make a type 1 error 5% of the time. So here's the thing. There's a thing in academics called publish or perish. So if you just collect enough results, will you eventually find a p-value below 0.05? If you run enough tests, would you eventually find a p-value below 0.05 by random chance? Because what percent of the time do you find one below 0.05 by random chance? Yeah, you would. That's what's called p-hacking. Because it's like hacking the p-value to find one you want. Because now you're not actually finding something that is statistically significant. You're just playing a game where you spin a wheel that's got 1 through 100, and you're just trying to hit a number below 5. Imagine I have this wheel, I just keep spinning it till I hit a number below 5. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to keep spinning it. And you're like, well, eventually you will do that. You'll eventually find something odd. So people do this. They look for things on purpose, and they hack the p-value to find what they want. And then we have ways of counterbalancing this. We have something called the Bonferroni method, the family-wise alpha. And so people don't know of that. We have ways in statistics to say if you run 100 tests, well, then you have to use a stricter guideline to have a family-wise alpha of 0.05. And we call that a family-wise alpha. So when you learn about these things, you learn about how people cheat in statistics, and then you learn how we don't cheat in statistics. So yeah, Matthew, 100 points right there. Statisticians don't lie, statisticians do. Boom. You know what? I think we can do this. Watch this. I think this will work. We have a Quizlet up. Yep. It should be posted on the exam 3 page. We are dropping the lowest quiz grades drop. Look at that. There's a quote right there from the past. I got to make those more active. I totally forget I have these things. There's one other thing you can do, I think. I never used this semester, but I put that in. And I'm just, if you guys have ideas, but you guys tell me your ideas sometimes. Be like, hey, Brian, you should do this. The exam 3 page is on the Stats 1 page. First person to post in the chat gets 1,000 points. First person only. You have to post the exam 3 review page. The exam 3 review page. So first person to post in the chat gets 1,000 points. Everyone's just madly going to it right now. So, boom, Morgan right there. Morgan, great job. Morgan's posted in the chat for people to see. The exam 3 review page right there. So Bridget, 500. Nicole, 200. Anyone else gets 100. So Morgan, 1,000. Bridget, 500. Nicole, 100. Wacky Wednesdays. Wacky Wednesdays. So great job. You guys know where it's at now. What is your question, Jared? I've thought about that, but it also does my name in it. So you guys will tell me what you think about that hand raise thing. I didn't use it this semester, but maybe I should try it sometime. Okay, cool. We're going to the Target example now. Okay, so Target has models. They might still have them. They did. Yeah, I know. Me too. Target has models, 100 points, Jared, to predict when women are pregnant. Now, why would Target want to know if a woman is pregnant? Why would Target want to predict if a woman is pregnant? Those are. I'll explain this in a moment, Isaac. Babies cost so much. You're right. Babies cost a bunch. I'll mention that right after all this, Isaac. So, Target market, exactly. Advertise products to them. So you're right. You got it. and sell stuff to babies. That's what we do. And and so Target made up this formula right here based on what you were buying. And make sure to go to the exam 3 section. So with this, Target has different things that you are buying that basically say at what point you are in your pregnancy. And just think about this. Like during the first few weeks, you might buy this. During the next few weeks, you might buy this. The end of the first semester, you might buy this trimester. And so all these different things here, they're trying to get your money, and it's genius. But here's the thing, is it, I always hate this line. I don't think they said this. This is a true story right here. Maybe some of you heard this, but Target sent coupons to a teenage girl, and her parents saw it. It was like to the parent, or like not to the parents, but to so-and-so, what to expect when you're expecting, you know, congratulations on your new bundle of joy that will be arriving. They didn't say the date, but Target sent coupons to a teenage girl. And the manager was like, when the father called him, was all like, hey, you know, this is horrible. What are you doing? What's wrong with you people? Yeah, you guys know this is a true story. Because then the father called back, though the manager called back, excuse me, the manager called back, and guess what? The girl was actually pregnant. There's a really good Stephen Colbert segment on this. Usually I play that in class. If we were live in class, I'd play that, but that's the one I got in trouble for playing on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. And wait, did Target accurately predict it, Erica? Like, are you saying that Target sent that girl coupons also? That is so crazy if so. Like, yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good conversation with this, Jared. But the algorithms are so good. Can you send, it's surrender to a buyer power. Like, surrender to a higher power. Here, I'll send, I don't have my audio on, right? Okay, so I've got it in the chat. Is that okay. So there it is right there, surrender to a buyer power. I don't think I played even a second of it. That is the only one I ever got in trouble for with, well then, the Julio clips we got hit by too with copyright. Copyright. We only played like seconds of those. But you should check out that clip. It's really crazy. Classic Stephen Colbert right there on the Colbert Report. But with this right here, Target is very, very good at making predictions, as are other companies. And we are in an age now where we actually care about data privacy. Not that we didn't care before, but it's a very, very important thing about data privacy. And so the problem is people do these things where they might say, you know, like they'll ask for a product that they don't usually buy. And, you know, we can do statistics on this. We should do it this way. If you really want to do a really good test, because people do this thing where they'll ask, where they'll talk around their Alexa and they'll say things like, oh, I should really feed the cat. And they don't own a cat. So they'll say things like, oh, I should really feed the cat. Oh, we're almost out of cat food. And then eventually they'll see, these are reports of this, like suggestions for cat food. They'll see suggestions for cat foods. But we have to watch out because hopefully they weren't Googling stuff. Like hopefully they didn't change their behavior. So what you would actually do is you could actually do this with a mosaic plot. So think about this. We have here two groups of people. If we really want to analyze this, we would have group 1 and group 2. Do you see this as a categorical variable? And we would have here another categorical variable, whether or not they saw cat food marketed to them. Now, well, they could be yes, no inside this, and yes, no inside of this. So does everyone understand here? We're going to have two groups of people, and group 1 is going to walk around their house and 3 times a day say something about cat food or the cat. They're going to have 3 sayings they say. They're going to say something like, and it's going to be very structured, they're going to say something like, we're almost out of cat food. We should really look into getting more cat food. Or they should say, oh, the cat is hungry again and we're out of cat food. We need to buy some cat food. So they're going to say like these 3 things 3 times a day for a month or something like that. Does that make sense? That's group 1 right here. Group 2, they're going to be people who don't own cats. Everyone in this does not own a cat, has never owned a cat. None of these people have owned a cat. These are all non-cat owners. Group 1 is going to be our experiment group that's going to say the cat sayings. Group 2 Group 2 is going to be the control group. We call it the control group. They're going to go on living their lives like normal. We're not even going to tell them that this is a cat experiment. Does that make sense? They're going to know nothing about this experiment. We're not going to give them the instructions. They're going to just know they have to own an Amazon Alexa, and these people are randomly put into these groups. So we have like 200 people randomly put into these groups. Everyone owns an Amazon Alexa, but the group 1 people are going to purposely say these things 3 times a day for a month. Does that make sense? This group 1 is our experiment group, and they're going to say it. Then within the groups, we're going to measure if they see an ad for cat food. And so we might say to them, we want you to log on to this page and mark what the ad is at the top of the page. So it's a little tricky because we want both groups to be virtually identical in what they know and what they do, but we only want one thing to change. We only want this group to just talk about cats more. But the problem is someone might say with our experimental design here, maybe getting them to talk about cats more, they might like research cats. They might, does that make sense? Like they might, just by virtue of changing this one thing, do something else. So we might track other things, but we just want them to only talk about cats. But maybe since they're talking about cats, they might be like, we should get a cat. Hey, what cats are cool? You know, we're in this cat experiment now. Let's look up cats. And that could change search histories and stuff and change suggestions. But given that everything stays identical between them, which is the goal, which is really hard to do, then what graphic would we get for this? 100 points. What graphic would we get when we analyze this? This is now, we're talking about tools and techniques. This is a tools and techniques review right now. What graphic would analyze this? This is a tools and techniques review. A tools and techniques review. What graphic would analyze this? I'm drawing it as we speak. 100 points. Who knows? Mosaic. Yes, Emily, mosaic. This is a mosaic plot right here, which we'll be talking about later today, too. Now, if our experiment comes out this way, well, that'd be weird. If our experiment comes out like the graphic on the left, what does that mean? If our experiment turns out like the graphic on the left, what would that mean for the cat experiment right here? If our experiment turns out like the graphic on the left, then whether or not they were in group 1 or group 2 is by random chance. They're independent. Amazing words. Kyle and Clary Wright, they're independent of each other, and that's literally the lecture today. So there's no association. Kate right there, perfect 100 points. They're independent. It had no effect. Everything you're saying is exactly how we talk in statistics. I could say, well, it looks like the treatment had no effect. It looks like the groups were independent of each other. It looks like the differences we saw were due to random chance. There's no difference that we see that is statistically significant, especially since it's completely flat. I can say that because no matter what the sample size is, if it's completely flat, then there's no difference. So on the right side, we see differences that are unlikely by random chance. That group 1 saw the cat ads a lot more often. And so this is the kind of stuff we would do in statistics to see if there's a change, to see if there's a difference between the groups. So you could run this. You could do statistics for a consumer protection agency that says maybe Alexa is taking information and using it in a way that you wouldn't want. So now you can use statistics on the people who are using statistics. So statistics is just about making decisions. Business analytics is about, what do we decide from this? We decide that people who mention cats are more likely to see cat ads. So these people mention cats, and irregardless of whether or not they owned a cat, because we had everyone who didn't own a cat, but having them mention cats, now you could say, well, why is it? Because remember, the statistics are just what they are. But then why did this happen is a bigger question. Hopefully they weren't Googling it. So we might say, we might have to like get their search history, which would be weird. Be like, okay, you have to give us your search history on the internet. So that's like, they're going to do that totally, right? So we might have to do that, or we might have some sort of track. See, now it's just really hard to get really good data. It's really hard to get really good data. Back to the main lecture here. So obviously the better and better data you get, it's really, really hard. And Target had some really good data, but here's the thing. When Target was making these decisions right here, people didn't like it. People realized that Target knew a little too much about them. So now when Target gives you a baby ad, they put it in like a mower section. They're like, hey, guess what? Here's random baby stuff. And then you're like, oh, I need baby stuff. I'm going to have a baby. It's not like they know I'm pregnant and they're sending this to me because there's mowing ads too. Like, who would put mowing and babies together? Like, that's just two things you don't put ads side by side. Smart move, yeah. So now they're trying to figure out, because then you can do the analytics of the sentiment people have towards your company. So then you could look at, how do people feel about our company with all of this? It really is. It's like, it's all a game. And this is all marketing. So when you look at marketing, it's all about like consumer behavior and how do we, figure out what to do and how our consumers going to react. But yeah. And once again, this is the last little bit right here. We'll take a break after this. So get ready to take a short break. We'll take our 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the last lecture of the class. We'll have a little bit more fun, and we'll do the assignments. So remember, if you have already dropped your One My Pearson quiz, which is a lot of people, hang out, do the chi-squared test of independence, get it done. We'll do all the quiz. We'll do all the homework at the end of class, and it's not on the test. This is on the test. What did we talk about? We talked about Target, how Target tried to market to someone because they thought they were pregnant. We talked about Moneyball, and we talked about descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. Last but not least, there is a lot of good jobs in business analytics right now. Did we do this? Yeah, there we go. So with business analytics, we have the business analytics undergrad, we have a master's, we have a PhD program, and the master's program is, once again, I think one of the best options there is. And I will say this, when I started doing business analytics, we were the first business analytics master's program in the nation. I think, was it NC State was second? So business analytics master's programs started popping up around. If you Google now, we'll go here and we'll Google. I will Google business analytics masters. Let's bring us down here. Wow. The first everything is all ads. So now when you look at this right here, oh, you can't see it. We can do some test review at the end. You got it. So you look right here, Wake Forest University, online master's program. UGA, University of Georgia, online master's program. Tippy, online master's. There is literally 4 ads right here. What is this one? So right here, we will review. Yep, you got it. We're going to do the chi-squared. Then we could review. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to review first, then do chi-squared? Do you want to review first and then do chi-squared? We could do that. We'll do a vote in here in a second. But if you can't tell, 25 best master's program is business analytics. I'm too afraid to click that, see if we're on there. Do we? Are we on here? I got to see. Hopefully we don't see some crazy ads or something. Sponsored schools. You can't have sponsored schools on here. You can't do Harvard. I mean, you can't, like, sponsor. The List. MIT. Carnegie Mellon. Let's see here. Oh, the List. I have no idea. Our ranking methodology, quantitative analysis, computer science, statistics, business school. I don't know about that. What is this? We have been ranked among many things. There's so many different ways you can get ranked. So, like, there's so many different, ranked 22nd by national by TFE, 38th by best value of college, first college to offer the master's program. Besides the one Pearson quiz dropped. Yep, and then let me talk about those real quick. So once again, if you're interested in business analytics, feel free to talk to me. I think we have a great program. I don't just say that because I went through it. I know many, many people have gone through the business analytics program. Yeah, and that's a really great question. Our program is just, does it say it on here? 1.5 years. So the business analytics master program is just 1.5 years, and many students, maybe a quarter of the students or half the students get assistantships. I don't want to put a number on that because it's always changing. When I first went through, it was 100% of the students. Sorry, current students, but when I went through, 100% of us got assistantships. And now the thing is, and I'll tell you this, the reason they've changed the amount of assistantships is because more people are willing to pay for the degree. So when they started out the program, they had to kind of get it going. And so they were giving out a lot of assistantships because people, they wanted to, like, get as many people into the program as they could and get it energized. Now that the program is really strong, they have more people who are willing to pay for the degree. So you kind of do a balance. You say, okay, we use the assistantships to pull in people who are, like, really high GPAs. So if you're a really high GPA, if you have really high test scores, there's a good chance of an assistantship. So they use the assistantships to pull in the highest GPAs, the highest test scores, and they use it for that reason. But there are a lot of assistantships, and people, once again, the employment rate is absolutely amazing. And this literally just changed, I think, in December. So we updated the slides like a year ago now, and then this changed in December from 100% to 99.7%. So we've had a lot of graduates, and people are employed very, very quickly. And it was really, the good news is a lot of people kept their internships for this summer, but we've always had like 100% assistantships over the summer. So between the first and the last, or the first year and the last semester, the assistantships I think have always maintained at 100% because they make sure that people get internships, not assistantships. So if you're looking at this program right here, I've had people go from Stat 201 all the way to the master's program. I just had a student graduate with their master's now who took Stat 201. So they were in a different major. They liked business analytics. They talked to me about it. They started doing it. They met their fiance via the program. It's pretty crazy. So congratulations to them. I think they're getting married during this crazy time right now. But pretty crazy. And it's weird to me to think that I changed the course of someone's life. I mean, I'm happy about that, but it's so weird to think like their job and their husband are like, because they talked to me about business analytics and they were like, I like this and I want to do this. And now I'm like, whoa. So I'm Thanos controlling the future. It looks like review might be winning. Looks like review is what we're going to do next. Oh, Claire, that's so awesome. Thank you, Claire. And once again, I'm going to tell one more story about a student, then we'll finish. Let me go back to the series screen. Okay, one more story about a student whose life I changed, but I'm still happy about. And I am very happy. Aaron, who... Actually, I can show his picture. I don't think he'll mind me saying that. I don't know. Would he mind? He won't mind. He's a cool guy. Let's go here. Because I think it's better to put a name to the name. Let's go here, and here we go right here. Not trying to talk about myself being honored, but here is Aaron right here. And so Aaron came and spoke to me one day. Really great student, did extremely well. And so he was obviously honored. I just knew this is a way to find a picture of him because I saw him at this banquet where we were both being honored. And that was near like, no, just had to clear my throat. But this is Aaron right here. Really, really great guy. Very, very intelligent. Such a great student. But he came to me one time and he said to me, Brian, I don't think I'm going to do business analytics anymore. I was like, oh, cool. What are you going to do? And then I think he did marketing and he told me that. And I was like, that's awesome. What's here? There, Aaron. Yeah. Extraordinary professionalism promise. Yeah, he's such a nice guy. He's an amazing person, amazing student, or at least he was because he's no longer my student. But kudos to Aaron right there. And he came to me, and you don't have to come to me if you're changing. I mean, I don't feel like you didn't have to come to me, Aaron. But it's just Aaron and I knew him. He was my student, and I was encouraging him. And when he came to me and he told me he was changing majors, I was like, that's fine. Yeah, like change your major. Yeah, do it. Yeah, whatever you love. If you want to do a different major, I support you. And I was not disappointed at all. I don't want anyone ever to think that I'm disappointed if business analytics is not your thing. I changed my major from psychology, mathematics, engineering, mathematics, psychology. I went full circle. Just went, woo! Back to psychology. But so you can see I obviously have math, and I thought I could do engineering, but nah, engineering's tough. Not saying like if you can't do it, I don't know, but I couldn't do it. So engineering is some tough stuff, and it wasn't for me, and I changed my major. Yeah, it's all right to change your major. It's all right. And none of us, one time when I was in undergrad, I had someone speak to us about their major, and they were kind of making it sound like you need to do this major. Only do business analytics if you want. It's all right. This is not, everyone has different degrees. So if you found any of what I said interesting, you want to talk to me more about it, you're free to. And then if you're like, I don't like this, don't do it. So that's Brian's last bit of advice. I talk about students like who have changed their major and students who have changed their major away from it. Whether it's graduate from doing it was hard, but yep, exactly. Camden, you're totally right. Yeah, exactly. No, you guys are totally right, Claire and Camden. And we'll do the 5-minute break starting at 10:25. So this is kind of I'll start here in a moment. But Claire, you're totally right. Let me head back to the main screen. No, you're right. It's really hard without the experiences in different fields to be like, here's what I want to do. So, like, if you're doing business analytics now, you don't want to do it, change your major. Because I'm not being like, hey, if you don't like your major, change it. I literally mean if you're doing business analytics and you don't like it, change it. They're gonna be like, Brian, stop saying that to people. No, really, like, just be willing, be willing to try business analytics, be willing to try something else. Be willing to, if you're in a class and you like it, be willing to look into it. Yeah, that's tough, Camden. It really is. And Camden, so my advice to Camden is, talk to people who are currently working in whatever fields you're interested in and ask them what they like about it and what they do. So, yeah, what is your major, Camden? Yeah, Ben, that's awesome. Hopefully I give a good impression, Ben. Hopefully I give a good impression, Ben. We'll have some fun tomorrow. Tomorrow will be fun. I hope. And supply chain is 90% stats. You're right. And that's the thing, too. Collaterals. So, Keaton, good point right there. I think business analytics and supply chain are an amazing collateral. So, kinesiology and nutrition, I'm a double major. Yeah. So then talk to people who are currently doing, I guess, like, because I know kinesiology is the science of movement and nutrition. So talk to people who currently have, like, look at recent grads from UT. If somehow the advising center if you can get a hold of people who are maybe 5 years out with the degrees, and then be like, okay, my internship was all Excel data sheets and running big reports on production. So, and where'd you do your internship at Keaton? And so, yeah, it's all numbers and data and being able to do them quickly. I was going to do something today, and I didn't get around to it last night because there's only so much time in the day. And I look over and it's like 4 p.m. and then I look over and it's 7 p.m. and I look over and it's like 10 p.m. and I'm like, the day's already over. What happened? We're on our 5-minute break right now. Set a timer for 5 minutes. I was gonna set it for 4 minutes, but I said 5 minutes. We'll make sure. Private practice, but I don't know what I want to do. But I think I'm gonna join the Navy, Reserve, and Army. Yeah, and they'll oftentimes like, I know there's like, they do certain like helping out, so make sure you look into that. They make dashboards and doors for BMWs. Oh, that's so cool, Keaton. And it was all like data analytics that you were doing with them. You were doing like, yeah. And then so Camden, find someone. And it's hard to find someone who does exactly what you want, but find someone who made your dream a reality. Yeah, and it's the biggest thing is, and once again, Dave Ramsey, we give Dave Ramsey the plug. It's really about chipping away at debt and trying to live, in my opinion, this is Brian's way. Yeah, and if like whatever pathway, if that works for you, that's a good way. And I think they do a lot of compensation through that. And if you are in a job like that has you moving around, like when I was in archaeology, I was able to save more money. And it's all about what works best for you. Keaton, that's so cool right there. Drexelmeyer? I think that's how it says. I'd be very interested to know what they were doing with like their analytics. I mean, if you can tell me. But yeah, so don't tell me anything. I'll be like, oh, they had this secret product. I don't think anyone would say that. But I was going to show something in R today, but because you guys know I love R. I was making another video last night. I guess I could. Let me see. R Markdown. I so rarely do this. Sure. Care if you're dead. There we go. People got advice in the chat. I like it. People are like helping each other out with advice in the chat. I don't have my Google Forms and stuff. Where did I put that one? Oh, did I just delete it out of the class? There's so many cool things you can do and run reports through R. It's so cool. Oh, do I have that? I don't have it on this computer. I'll have to grab it another time. Did I put it in the other thing? I don't know. We're on our break. Just relaxing here. We've only got like 2 more minutes. But there's so many cool things. Let me grab that. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Last night I was having issues with this. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, we're getting weird errors. Don't like that. Yep. Whoa. It worked. So this is a 3D graphic right here of the life expectancy per capita by GDP of country. We should be able to deselect stuff right here. We can remove stuff off of this. So we could go down to just the Americas right here. It's kind of busy. It's kind of busy as a graphic, but just so crazy. I just love everything. You can do a top-down view of this right here. You could zoom out on it. Oh my gosh. It's a little busy. A little busy as a graphic. Like, it's like, what exactly are we supposed to learn from this? But I just love the abilities that you can do with this. This is inside of R right now. Yep. This is using Plotly. Yep. So this is, you can literally see the R code right here in the background. So I think it's actually getting data from a website. So we're actually using an HTTP right here. Yeah. So it's actually just straight up reading it. So you could put your company's data on a website and read in the data every day. So someone could be like, you know, here's the data, and then it's just downloading the data from the website. You can see the data frame right here that it's using. But so this right here with this code, here, I'll grab another code and run it. Just going to like galleries of different things you can run. 3D line plots, I've never even seen these ones. So we should be able to make another one right here. Whoa, that's like a basket. I like this. They just made it like a random basket with Plotly. So, oh, there's our timer. Stop timer. Okay, so this should do it. Should be the basket. I was doing stuff last night and R was having small issues, which I was kind of getting frustrated with. Like, this might be where it's doing it again. The figures weren't popping up, and then R was using a lot of memory. And I was wondering if there was an issue with my computer. So, is it not showing up? I need to look into this. I need to examine what's going on because I was having these same issues last night trying to run the figures. Oh, there it goes. Why did it not run the first time? That's a big question. And so, just crazy things you can do. And I'm going to look into what's going on with my R, but just the different things you can make, the visualizations inside of R. And so these can then be knit. Watch this. You can take, and we're going to take this right here and put this inside of here. We're going to go knit to HTML. We'll just save it. Random. I already have something called random. Yeah, sure. Well, random got deleted, whatever that was. It was random is what it was. And so now the graphic is actually inside the HTML page. So we're able to actually put, and this is all inside of R right here, which is, I don't know, just kind of interesting graphics you can make for the moment. But obviously you can do more with this, but that's just one thing you can do with R. So I find this pretty cool. And yep, you guys are awesome. I love you guys giving advice in the chat, helping each other out. But it is time to talk about the final. Let's do it. Let's do the final right here. We'll do like 30, 40 minutes on the final. The last lecture only takes about 50 minutes. So let's start up review time. I like, if you can't tell, Ben, I like graphical stuff. So you can copy paste the URL into data and read to CSV. It should do it, Ben. There's lots of ways to get data in. Read CSV if you have it online. I don't use the HTML version of it a lot, but you can read data in so many ways into R. That's why it's like in my mind better than Jump and stuff like that, because you can just have a file online and then write a code. Yeah, that's the thing. You can say to someone, imagine if you told someone, put the file in the Dropbox, and you could literally have a code, Ben. Like if you told the person at your company, you know, put the file in the Dropbox, and if they just put the file in there with a certain name, you could set up your analysis to run, and all you'd have to do is put this line of code, and it would just say, put it in the Dropbox with this name, and then you could change the name, and you could rerun the analysis like weekly. So just think of this as like a business analytics problem right here, where you tell them, here's where you put your file, and then you run your analysis on it without even having to download it. I mean, you are downloading it by running this. You're reading it into the computer, but they just put it on a Dropbox, and then you could go here and just run that line of code, and you'd read in the data. You'd be like, okay, data's right in. Okay, let me start running my analysis. And you could run the same weekly analysis and have it ready to go. That's what business analytics is that you don't have to redo it every time you're doing it. I love the chat going on right now. You guys are awesome. But yeah, no, this is what it's all about. Yeah, and ask me for videos on these things. And once again, thank you guys. 100 points to Jack, Jose, and Camden right there. I appreciate you guys helping each other out, telling your experiences, because we're all here to learn from each other, and that's what we do. If you have experiences and you can help someone out with your advice in life, like you're literally, that's what I want you guys to do. So thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, Camden, you were doing that, so you must have passed. Congratulations, Camden. I already said you had that at the start of the summer or so, or start of mini term. So congratulations. Here we go. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 has two parts to it. It has sampling distribution. I can't write pretty enough. Chapter 14 has sampling distribution of sample mean. Chapter 14 also has confidence interval for sample mean, or true mean. Chapter 15, hypothesis testing, means proportions. Chapter 16 is more on tests. Chapter 17 we just did yesterday is two sample t-test, two means. Chapter, we'll do business knowledge. Just call it business knowledge. We just did that today. If you paid attention during the lecture, you're fine. And let's do here, not on test, but there is an assignment due tonight on it, is the chapter 19 chi-square. And I don't think it's too bad. I think it's one of the easier ones. And so which chapter do you guys want to talk about right now? What chapter do you want to talk about? What chapter do you want to talk about? I'll go in detail. We have time. We'll start lecture at like 11:10 or so. 14. Which part of 14? 14 part 1 or part 2? 14.1, we'll call it that. It's not called that in the notes, but we'll just call it that now. A lot of people vote in 14. Starting in order. So here, let's talk about sampling distribution of sample mean. We'll start in order. So sampling distribution of sample mean, you have to understand when we do this type of problem. We do this type of problem when we know the truth. And what do I mean by that? We know that our BMWs get 30 miles to the gallon. So I'm telling you that we know mu. So we know mu and we know sigma. We're not going to try to estimate these. We won't be trying to estimate mu and sigma. We know them. And then we are asking what would happen in a sample. Yep. Earlier on, you got it, Alyssa. Yep. Watch that part again. You got it. So we're asking what would happen in a sample. What would happen in a sample? Does that make sense? So we're saying, what's the probability of seeing our cars having on average 32 miles per gallon if the truth is 30 with a standard deviation of 10? So you ready? Here, try to work this problem. Here's a quick sampling distribution of sample mean problems. At our BMW plant, we know that our cars get 30 miles per gallon with a standard deviation of 2. We sample 100 cars. What is the probability the mean of these cars is above 32? Does anyone know the answer? If you know this one really quickly, you'd be like, got it. Because I use some numbers that make our life easier. Anyone know stuff here? Identify your notation first. What do we have notation-wise here? N equals 100. Mu is 30. Correct. Mu is 30. That is mu. Standard deviation is 2. But what kind of standard deviation? 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 Sigma. This is sigma. Yep. And then we have one other thing. We have one other thing on here. What is the last thing on here? What is this? You're right, Josh. 100 points, Josh. You're totally right. 100 points for everyone giving answers to. Great job. That is Y bar. Trying to not block the text. That is Y bar. That is observing in that sample 100 cars. Does anyone know the Z-score? This is actually a Z-score because it's sigma Z. So we're actually doing a Z-score for this because it's actually, we're using sigma. Now, people might have a guess at what the Z-score is, but a lot of people make this mistake. 100 points first person who tells me the right Z-score for this. I'm going to start writing down some formulas right here. Yeah, you can donate. You only want... That's where people get tricked. Who do you want to donate? You can donate 100 points, Alyssa. Who do you want to donate 100 points to? I'll let you donate 100 right here. So, it's not 1. That's where people get tricked. I know, that's what the answer I was expecting. Don't worry. I was expecting people to say 1. But we have to remember, mu y bar equals mu. I'll give 1,000 points for the first person who gives the right answer on this. 1,000 points for the first person who knows what the Z-score is. 1,000 person. Valerie, you're right. Valerie, amazing job. Valerie is right. Valerie, that's well earned. This is one that people often forget, but Valerie did it. Valerie got it right. Amazing job, Valerie. You're quick. You got it. So 100 points, everyone else. Valerie gets the 1,000. Ridiculous points. Amazing job. Remember to email me about these points. And so why is it 10? Because let's put in our numbers. We're just plugging in what we have right here. Go away. You're killing me, thing. Mu y bar. And so this equals 0.2. And then we get here, we do the following formula. Y bar minus mu over sigma over square root of n. And that is literally equal to 32 minus 30 over 0.2, which is equal to 10. And is that unlikely? Is that unlikely? Is a z-score of 10 unlikely? The answer is yes. And what would this tell this company? It would tell this company that what they saw was really unlikely. So their cars probably, I mean, if you did a test, I would say, how did you know sigma? Given to us right here. There we go. Great question, Claire, right there. So it would say like the true standard deviation, or like, see how it says like, we know that the cars get a mean of this. I should say mean of that. I should have said mean, but we know the cars get 30 miles per gallon. So we know this is the average. So, and this would be super rare. So I think something weird was going on. Like, I think like this sample was better, or like something changed about our process. So that's how a company might utilize this. Condition 1. What is condition 1? What is condition 1? Condition 1. There is a good bit of math on this test. Random. So we need to randomly select these cars. Condition 2. What's condition 2? Condition 2. Less than 10%. 10%. Less than 10% of our cars are selected. What is, now pause. 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 What is the third condition? What is the third condition? 100 points first person get right. What's the third condition? No one's gotten it right. It's how many miles per gallon do our cars get? It's kind of nearly normal. Great job, Erica. 100 points, Erica. It's success. Oh, no, oh gosh. It's large enough N. It's technically large enough N, but nearly normal is good enough. Large enough N and nearly normal are very similar. It's that large enough N is inside of the nearly normal. Large enough N, how many miles per gallon gets almost, yeah. And it's large enough N technically because we are looking at the sample size here of the cars. So you would check to see if the sample size is large enough that the distribution will be nearly normal. And there's really good reviews of that in the lecture. It's not a huge part of the test. Please review that from the videos if you want on what large enough N is, how we know if it's met. I just think we won't utilize time really well if I do it again. So it's recorded because it's quantitative. Yep. Because it's quantitative. Yep. Yep. And we did that a lot yesterday too. So large enough n because it's quantitative. Yep. Confidence interval for the true mean. We work at the BMW plant, and we don't know how many miles per gallon our cars get. We take a sample of 60 cars, 61 cars, and find a mean of 30 and a standard deviation of 5. Make a 95% confidence interval for the true mean. Here we are right here with a confidence interval. So now you should know how to write you don't have to memorize this, doesn't hurt, but it's on the formula sheet. We have here y bar plus or minus t star n minus 1 degrees of freedom s over square root n. Go ahead and start identifying notation in the chat. Who's got notation? These exams are all about knowing your notation. Exam 3 is like, if you identify the notation, you can almost just be like, here's what it is in the formula. Here's what it means. What do we have right there? What do we got? Yes, we got some n right there. There's n. What else we got? Everyone knows n. Everyone knows that one really well. There's n. What else we got? What else do we got? Surely something else. Anything else? Oh, I need more things than just the sample size. Standard deviation is 5. You got it. There's standard deviation. And then, there we go. And I think someone probably said mean by now. Did anyone get mean? I'll be careful. This is y bar. That one is y bar. So it'll be y bar. Yep, because that's the sample mean. So y is an observation, mu is the true mean, and y bar is the sample mean. Make sure to have your notation written down, practice it, know from the formula. If you identify the formula, then look and be like, okay, that's sample mean plus or minus a test statistic with degrees of freedom with a standard deviation over the square root of the sample size. And so there's a really good, whatchamacallit, speed run where we did all the notation. Did you guys learn the notation a good bit better from the speed run? I'd say go back and rewatch that speed run where we go over about 8 minutes talking about the notation. You won't need to know T for the exam. We will give it to you. We will give you T. But guess what? Brian's going to compute T in his head right here. What do you think, Brian? We would give this to you on the test. What do you think this T will be about equal to? What do you think? Who has a guess of that T down to the decimal? 100 points. First person to guess that T down to a decimal. I picked 61 for a reason. It's close to 1.96. It's close, but it's not quite. 1.96 is the Z for a 95%, but this T right here is basically that. So this T right here is 2. It can never go below 1.96. It can only be above because Mr. T flattens down the curve. He says, "I pay full," and he flattens down the curve. So it can only be above 1.96. It can never go below, and it will approach 1.96 as the degrees of freedom go higher. And we can view that here visually again. You guys know I love viewing this. So we got here the Mr. T curve, and if we give it very little degrees of freedom, Mr. T smashes it down. He says, "I pay full," and that was horrible, Mr. T. "I pay full." There we go. That's my best Mr. T. I got to isolate that. That's the best one I've done in a while. I'm sorry, Mr. T. So the T curve, the why behind why the T curve looks like this is due to the smaller sample size. We're probably underestimating the true variation in the curve. So the degrees of freedom are based on sample size. So as sample size increases, we go towards the normal curve, which is your classic 1.96. How do you know if it's 2 sample T or 1 sample T? 1 sample T is when we test just one group of cars. A 2 sample T is we test our SUVs versus our trucks. So you see you have a categorical variable in the 2 sample T. 2 sample T is a categorical X and a quantitative Y, type of vehicle and miles per gallon. In a 1 sample T, there's just a quantitative Y. There's just miles per gallon. So if we were to make this a 2 sample T, we'd have to compare 2 groups, and we'd compare the means of those 2 groups. That's why, so break down 2 sample T. I have 2 groups, and I'm comparing the means of those 2 groups. 1 sample T is just all 1 sample. I'm just comparing the miles per gallon. So it's all 1 group. I'm just looking at miles per gallon. There's no with respect to truck or SUV. Does that make sense, Ben? 2 sample T is categorical X, quantitative Y. 1 sample T is simply just a quantitative Y. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something super nice. Please stay for the end of the lecture. But I have decided in this moment to drop 2 quizzes for this section. I've decided in this moment to drop 2 quizzes. It just happened in my brain. 2 quizzes. I say I'm always trying to react to you guys. You guys are working really hard. I know you've had a lot of work lately. I know last night was a huge night with the project and the quizzes. I mean, I can just see it. Man, we had a project. We had this. We had that. I want you guys to take the test really seriously. And I don't want you to be, if you've been doing all your work, I'm going to drop 2. I'll go put that into the thing after all this. And so you don't have to do chi-squared now if you're ahead. It's now a bonus. So do the chi-squared if you haven't. I'm always trying. Yeah, last night was tough. I felt it. And did anyone email me last night? Did I answer your email quickly? When I know you guys are having a tough night, I stay on top of those emails. I'm like, I email back as quick as possible to everything. There will be 2 dropped from quiz group 3. And I know last night was tough. And so tonight's also tough because, you know, there's the test. Thank you, Josh. So, yeah. So I don't want anyone to feel too much pressure. We're going to finish off that after this. I just was thinking I want to make sure we have enough time to review. Yeah. No, I'm always trying to email you guys. Let me put, you know what I'll do? I'm going to be, my mom's texting me. I'll drop 1 homework. I will drop 1 homework. 1 homework and 1 extra quiz in this section. So you get, so good advice right there. So definitely say thank you to, I think Claire, you earned this crab rave right here. Claire, good suggestion right there. So I'll drop 1 homework. So if you've done all your homework, you've done all your quizzes, then you can use this as a bonus. So crab rave for Claire. That's like a tongue twister. Crab rave for Claire. So I'll still do it. I'll still do it afterwards. So I'll still do it. I want you guys to focus in on the test. That's the most important thing. So chi-squared is important. Chi-squared's used a lot in statistics. I would suggest doing the chi-squared. It's important. It's very important. It's used a lot. So whatever you do, here's what you can't say, though. Here's what we're not going to say. My stats class never taught me what the chi-squared was. No! You can't say we didn't tell you what chi-squared is, the chi-squared test of independence. It's. I could teach you to. I could speed run it in 10 minutes, and I bet a lot of you would understand it. I could do it in 2 minutes. Print out the formula sheet. Yep. Print out the formula sheet or write it down if you haven't. Okay. So do it. I'll do it here afterwards when we start it. Done taught. Okay, because this, Brian gets to speed run. Oh my gosh, Mom, I'm teaching class. Literally. So literally it says, I don't think you guys can see. It's like Pokemon and like, it says like, Mom, no one can see that. I usually keep my ringer on, but it's just like, it's like YouTube is stuff. Okay. All right, let's do this. Mom, I'm teaching class. All right, let's do a quick speed run for fun. For good old times. Where's our speed runner? Okay. We're gonna speed run the chi-squared test of independence. How many out of the note-taking quizzes have to be completed? I'm dropping 3 of those. So there was mention of that. I'm gonna miss you guys too. I'm dropping 3 note-taking quizzes, so you don't have to do the last 2 if you've been doing them all. The last 2 are there's instructions on the last 2. So I think Isaac was mentioning that earlier. There's instructions on the last 2 note-taking quizzes up right now. You just follow the instructions that are written on them. They tell you to watch some videos. The first one does, and I can't think. The last one is no. The 7th one is chi-squared. The 8th one is watch some of the videos and write down notes from them. I mean, it doesn't hurt to do them. If you're behind, these are all bonus opportunities now. They're awesome. Hey, I like that, Camden. I'm so glad we get you guys hyped for the day. Speed run with Space Pen, Alyssa. Challenge accepted. Space Pen is ready to go. Okay, so here's the chi-squared test of independence. You ready? Speed running it. I'm going to go sub 4. I said sub 2, but I want to slow it down a little bit here, because if I go sub 2, I'm just going to be like literally saying it as fast as I can say it. I can do it in 4 minutes, and I think do it well. You ready? Here's the chi. I'm going to give myself time on it. I'm not going to say here it is. I'm going to say here's the chi-squared, and then I'm going to hit the start button. Here we go. Here's the chi-squared test of independence in under 4 minutes. So with the chi-squared test of independence, we have a null and alternative hypothesis. The null and alternative hypothesis are very easy to remember. It's just that x is independent of y, and the alternative is just the complement of that x is not independent of y. So when you look at this right here, not independent of y, we need to put that independent between here. This is what you'll be saying. So when you want to write down your null and alternative, let's take a look at an example right here. We have right here whether or not you pass a test, which is yes or no. Yes or no, whether or not you pass a test. We have whether or not you studied the night before. So let's put study down here at the bottom. So we have here that people studied in this group, people did not study in this group. Now you'll notice, we see here that the people who studied were more likely to pass the test. But let's take a look at what the null would be for this. Remember the trick? We just say x is independent of y. So I'm changing colors just so we can see this. In between these two words, we just put independent. So studying is independent of passing the test. Boom, you've done the null. The alternative would be studying is not independent of passing the test. Now, when you look at this graphic, does it look like studying was independent of passing the test? Independent would mean knowing someone studied gives you no information about whether they passed. But look, if someone studied, they were more likely to pass the test. So I would say that these are not independent. So how exactly do we do the chi-squared test of independence? Well, here's what we need. We need categorical data. Remember that for later. We're going to have here a contingency table along with our mosaic plot, and we're going to see here that we have 10 people here, 90 people here, and we have 70 people here and 30 people here. Now, these are the people who studied the night before the test, yes, and these are the people who know, and yes and no. This is study, and this is pass. Okay, good. It looks halfway decent. So you can see right here, these are the people who did not pass the test. These are the people who did pass the test. These are the people who studied. These are the people who did not study for the test. We'll see how this turns out. Numbers might be pretty interesting for this. So the first thing we're going to do with the chi-squared test of independence is figure out our expected counts. So we're going to figure out the expected counts right here, and we need some totals. There's 80 people here. There's 120 here. There's 100 people here. There's 100 people here. And so let's go ahead and start doing this right here with the expected counts. The expected counts are simply row total times column total over grand total. Now, the best way to write this out would be the following. Row total times column total over grand total. This would be the expected cell count for this cell right here. Does everyone see how that corners in on it? And I've written the formula right here. Row total times column total. Here's the row total. Here's the column total. Here's the grand total. So we do row total times column total for each one of these. So let's go ahead and solve this, and I'll show you a trick. You can go ahead and make your new expected counts right here, which is the expecteds, but watch this trick. I think it's going to take me 6 minutes to do this. The trick is to find this one with the 2 by 2, row total times column total divided by grand total, and that's 40. Because I know this one is 40, this one right here is 60, and this one down below is also 40. Is that correct? I'll double check my work here in a moment. And this one right here should be, let's double check. Is that 60? That is 60. Let's check some of these numbers just to make sure it's correct. I'm going to check this 71 right here. So we're going to look at the 70. And we have here 80 times 80, 100 it is, isn't it? Yep. Divided by 200. It's the same numbers. So it is. And I was able to figure this out due to degrees of freedom, which we'll talk about in a second. But here's what we have to do next. Once we have the expected counts, we need the cell chi-squareds. This is all the math you would do with this. You find the cell chi-squareds right here. So these are the cell chi-squareds. The cell chi-squareds are found via the following formula. We have observed minus expected squared over expected. And this is probably one of the most famous formulas in statistics. Observed minus expected squared over expected is the cell chi-squared formula. So you notice I have my observed up top, 10 and 40. So observed minus expected quantity squared over expected. That is the cell chi-squared for this one, 22.5. Space pen's a little big for this. So I'm finding all of my expected cells. This is the long, arduous part of it. The next one will be 22.5 also, because it works out the same mathematically. I could show that, but that will be that. I'm solving this formula for every cell. These up here are the observed. These are the expected. These are the cell chi-squareds. So with this right here, we're going to solve the top right cell now, and we'll be able to get the other answers. Observed is 90 minus expected is that divided up. Observed is 90 minus expected is this times squared, and then divide by 60 is 15. We're so close to done with this problem in the whole way that this test works. Last but not least, all we need to do now, once we get all of the cell chi-squareds, we simply sum up the cell chi-squareds. Sum of the cell chi-squareds is the test statistic. This is the chi-squared test statistic. And the chi-squared test statistic will be 15 plus 15, 30. 22.5 plus 22.5 is 45. So it'll be 75. The sum of the cell chi-squareds are the chi-squared test statistic. Last but not least, we need to know the degrees of freedom. The degrees of freedom here are simply rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. So it's rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. This is, I want you to say in the chat, if you're listening along, this is a what by what matrix, Brian. Brian, this is a what by what matrix. Who knows? This is a what by what matrix. It's 2 by 2. So if it's a 2 by 2, the degrees of freedom are 1 times 1. So there's only 1 degree of freedom here. So guess what? We take that 1 degree of freedom, and we go back over to our applets, and we go to the chi-squared applet. We enter in 1 degree of freedom. We enter in 75, and then our p-value is 0. Wow, that fit perfectly in the screen. Whoa, lucked out there. So the p-value is 0. So what would I say here? I reject the null that somebody's test grade is independent of them studying. You can flip it, or them studying is independent of their test grade. I have evidence that the two are not independent. Last but not least, there's conditions. I can get this done under 8 minutes. Condition 1. Do I have random on here? I don't think I have random. Oh no, condition 1 is random. Condition 2 is 10%. Condition 3 is count data. Count data. And condition 4 is expected cell count. Cells greater than 5. Are all of my expected cell counts greater than 5? Yes. And this is count data because it's categorical. Count data literally means it's categorical. And that is the whole chapter. And so I reject the null. I have evidence that there is a relationship, or they're not independent of each other. And expected cell counts are all greater than 5, so we're good on that. And that is the whole chapter in under 8 minutes. That is the whole entire chapter. I think I covered every last aspect of all the mathematics, all the conditions, and once again, it's not reject the null, all that good stuff. Not that bad of a chapter. We will do it in full after this. Let's go back to our main review. Let's go back to the main review. But that is the whole entire chapter. Oh no, Jared, you don't have to. There, Alyssa, great work on writing those conditions down. Remember, Jared, it's bonus. It is now officially bonus. Yep. Expected cell counts greater than 5. Did it? But don't worry. Remember, the only responsibilities you have today, the only true responsibility you have is to do what? To take the what? What is the only true responsibility you have right now? And chi-squared's not on the test. The test. The test. The test is the only true thing you have. Chi-squared is just bonus. Note takings are just bonus. So does everyone understand that? Chi-squareds are just bonus. I mean, it's like if you've been missing quizzes, I would do it because then it's going to help your grade. And the homework is also just bonus now. The homework for the chi-squared is bonus also, William. And you know what? Let me make the chi-squared due until tomorrow night. So I'm going to make the chi-squared also due until tomorrow night if you want to then do it tomorrow to help your grade. So I'm going to make the chi-squared due until tomorrow. It is bonus, but 50, 60 minutes. 50, 60 minutes. 50, 60. Oh, and then I was going to show are we going to do, yep, we'll do the homework and quizzes. You got it. We will. You bet. Oh, wait, did I hit the wrong button? If we get 100 note-taking quiz and we still do the chi-squared, There's a lot of bonus. It's just good practice. It's just good practice. They're optional. It's just good practice. We got so much mega bonus. I mean, I do look at it like, obviously I look at the people who do the extra, and then the rest of class we're going to keep reviewing for another 30 minutes, and we're going to do chi-squared, and we're going to do the assignments on it. We will get to chi-squared by the end, but I'll talk through each chapter a little bit and give a kind of a Cliff Notes version of each chapter. Two lowest. Yep, Cole, you're right. Two lowest are going to be dropped. Let's take a look. So does everyone see right here? We hop back to the problem. Sorry, I kind of did an interlude right there. Yes, it's due at 5 p.m. tomorrow, right? That is when the test is due, Thomas. 5 p.m. tomorrow. Yep. It's due at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Yep. Let's do it. And then after you take the test, because I just extended it a little bit because today's the last day of class technically. Now that I've made the assignment bonus, I'm moving it because it is bonus. Like, I would never want anyone to say like, our teacher's giving us assignment. Like, imagine you go into another class and someone says, our teacher gave us assignments and class is over. So this class ends tonight, but because like people maybe want to review, I'm extending it just a little bit into the next day. If you wish to take it the next day, which I probably would. I would take it maybe 2 p.m. tomorrow, 1 p.m. tomorrow. But then also the quiz is now bonus. I think people have said where it's at. It's under quizzes, is it not? Can anyone tell us exactly where it's at? It should be in the same spot, right? Did I put it in the wrong spot this time? Someone earlier was saying exactly where it was at, but you should be able to see it. If you don't see it, please tell me because I'll double check that after class. It's under quizzes, yeah. So it's under quizzes. Were the other ones under tests? I'll make sure it's under, I'll see. It won't open? I'll fix this later. Sorry about that. The other ones have worked so perfectly. Well, is there a problem with it, Neelan? Is it like not opening? I'll fix it. Yeah. And please tell me immediately if it's not working. Under quizzes, cool. Yeah, so go to quizzes. So make sure, just under quizzes. Maybe I'll send out, Neelan, send me a reminder. Be like, hey, Brian, remind people to go to quizzes. Is that where you guys always went? Was it always going to quizzes? Like, is that the usual thing? I don't take the tests. I mean, I make them, but I don't take them, so I don't get to see it from your guys' ends of how it works. So sometimes when people ask me a question, I'm like, I think you do this. I just don't do it from the student view a lot of times because it's weird. You can't even like some things you can't do under student view. Quizzes works, cool. I wonder why it's not showing up under dashboard. We'll do. I think it's been that way the whole semester. Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah. I would take, if I was in the class, I would take it probably around 1 p.m. tomorrow. I know I said like 2 before. I don't know, like I would plan out my day. I'd be like, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to get my coffee, I'm going to review for a few hours. And so I'm going to like watch some video reviews. I'm going to do this and that. I'm going to get my brain ready. And then I'm going to sit down, I'm going to take the test. So that's, if Brian was taking this class, his plan would be get a good night of sleep. And I know some of you guys have classes tomorrow, guys and gals, but yeah. Okay, you guys ready? We have this question right here. And how did I know the t is 2? The t is based on the degrees of freedom like the chi-squared is. So we go here and we enter in the degrees of freedom are 60 and the t is 2. I purposely picked 61 degree. I purposely picked 61 sample size because I knew this one in my head. I knew the t becomes 2 right here. I knew this one because I've done this problem a lot. There's one on my Pearson like it. So this is the t, and the degrees of freedom were what? What were the degrees of freedom? This question's can be on the test. The t will be given to you. Yep. We would not make you find it. What are the degrees of freedom for this problem? What are the degrees of freedom? We should know this one pretty quick. N minus 1. Yep, so it's 60. Great job, Claire, right there. So the degrees of freedom will be 60. And that tells us what t we are using. The degrees of freedom tells us what t. Remember that this is the t for the confidence interval, so it's related to the percent confidence. If I were to change this right here, if this were to become 90% confidence, then we would see a different interval here based on 90% confidence. And that is 90% confidence right there. I could make it look better by doing this, but that's still 90. This is 95. So we choose the t based on the degrees of freedom and the percent confidence when making an interval, but this is not the same as a test. So now we simply plug in the numbers and this problem's basically solved. This problem is over. Did anyone figure out this problem already? Did anyone get the interval for it? All you have to do is plug in your numbers here, your standard deviation of 5, and your this. And we would say I am 95% confident the true mean of the car's miles per gallon is contained in the interval blank to blank. So we go here, we do 61 square root, and then we do 5 divided by it, and then we do times 2, and there's our margin of error. I'm going to round that to 1.3, and so we'd get 28.7 to 31.3, and we would say I am 95% confident the true mean miles per gallon that the cars get is contained in the interval 28.7 to 31.3. Condition 1, random. Condition 2, 10%. Condition 3, it's less than 10% of the cars were sampled. Condition 3, nearly normal. The distribution of the mean is nearly normal. Why would we need degrees of freedom? Just to show you how to calculate it. We'll give you the t, but it might say, like, what were the degrees of freedom for this t? So it's just to show you understand how to do it. How do you know when to do the 2 sample t versus the 1 sample t? So when we do a 2 sample t, it'd be like comparing an SUV versus trucks. So if you notice here, a 2 sample t has a categorical x and a quantitative y. So when you do a 2 sample t, there's 2 groups, which creates a categorical variable on the bottom. But when you do a 1 sample t, you're just analyzing a quantitative variable. So a 2 sample t, think about the 2 groups you're analyzing. You have maybe freshmen versus seniors. You have maybe Americans versus Canadians. And that would be a 2 sample t. Why is it not success failure? Why is it not success failure? How do we know it's nearly normal? How do we know condition 3 is nearly normal for this? Here's a hint. How do we know? How do we know it's nearly normal? How do we know this one's nearly normal? And I'm going to point to a video. If you are looking to review conditions, it's my only liked video. Test 3, concept review, cool. If you are looking to review conditions, then look no further than, where's my chat at again? This. Ben, the confidence interval is not below or above the standard deviation. So we found the margin of error right here. So the margin of error was this. So 1.3, I rounded that to. And then, so that's plus or minus. Does that make sense, Ben? The success failure is only for categorical. The success failure is only for categorical, Claire. So when it's categorical, then it's success failure. So we'll see that right here with hypothesis testing in a moment. So the mean is nearly normal. Also, this one up here is large enough n, and then it becomes nearly normal down here with the large enough n as a way we can do it. They're kind of synonymous. Large enough n is its own thing. It's within the nearly normal. And watch the video on nearly normal, or nearly normal, where I go into more detail on that, because it's not a ton of points on the test. That's why, I mean, it might be like 2 to 5 points on the test, but so I'm hitting up like the high points right here on the test. So definitely there are some videos. But can it fail being nearly normal? Yep. Good question. If the distribution of the cars looked, Claire, 100 points. Clear question, Claire. If it looked something like this right here, then we would definitely fail. If it looked somewhat unimodal and symmetric, like maybe it has a little bit of skew, that is probably good. Great question, Claire. So the one behind my head is probably good, but the one up there is so skewed that we would need a much larger sample size, and that's where you can use the large enough n of the nearly normal. So that's where your numbers 1, 25, 100 come into play. If it's normal, 1 is good. If it's skewed, 25 is needed. If it's very skewed, 100 is needed. How would we know that if we aren't given a graph? We might say that this is lightly skewed. So the mean of, so we could just say skewed. So if the sample size is 61, then the sample size is large enough. So great questions right there. So we might say that it's skewed and the sample size is large enough that the distribution of the mean will be nearly normal. Because we're not concerned about the distribution of single observations. We're concerned about the distribution of the mean. So within these, you would have this one right here that would still be skewed because that's not large enough. It would be more normal, more symmetric, tighter, but not normal enough. And this one right here, it gets space pen because it passes the test. That one right there would be normal and tighter and pretty much nearly normal. I hate to say I keep making it look like skew, but this one right here would be normal enough, nearly normal. That's why we call it the nearly normal condition. Does that make sense right there? Yep, and Zulon, great job right there. Great job. Excellent notes, Zulon, 100 points right there. Hypothesis test for the means and the proportions. So when we do hypothesis tests, there we go, new page. So when we do hypothesis tests, we are going to remember that we start out by writing a null and alternative. When would we use success failure? Categorical data. Categorical, like right here, if we have a categorical variable that we're using, categorical Y specifically. When we do hypothesis testing, we always have a population parameter right here. This has the equal sign. This has one of these signs. And it's good because we got chi-squared on the final, but not on the chi-squared is not on the final. We have it on away from the final. And then we have here a hypothesized value. So this is a hypothesized value. There you go. When would we fail that condition? Cool, we can do one right here where we fail it. We got this, Claire. Let's do it. Let's talk about, we'll do an example here where we have the success failure condition and we fail it. So with this right here, the population parameters we can use, what are, great job Zulon right there, what are some population parameters we might have? What are some population parameters we might have? Does anyone know a population parameter we might use in the notation right here? 100 points first person. Who knows a population parameter we might use? There's ones we'll use and there's ones we'll never use. P, great job right there. Hannah, amazing job, P. P is one we'll use. Mu, great job. And last but not least, I guess just doing a lower level. So take a look at this. And remember, so P hat, well, P naught is a hypothesized. P naught would go on this side, and we'll put in the value of P naught. But P naught would go over here, and mu naught would go over here because it's a hypothesized mean. We won't test it. We'll do it kind of in relation. Taylor, great job. You can use sigma. You can technically use sigma, Taylor. We don't do that in this class, but you can. And then we oftentimes test the difference of 0. So sigma is something you could test because you're testing the true standard deviation. We don't do it in this class, but you just figured out another test, a test of the standard deviation. Now let's take a look. We have here a proportion test, a 1 sample means test, and a 2 sample means. Does everyone see right here that we have here 1 proportion, 1 mean, 2 means? So you have your 1 prop Z test, your 1 sample T test, and your 2 sample T test. And the respective values that go along with them right here. Their hypothesized value. And we often hypothesize the difference between 2 means is equal to 0. So the right side of this is the hypothesized value for what it is, often with the naught on it, meaning hypothesized. The null always has the equal sign. The alternative can be 1 tail less than, 1 tail greater than, 2 tails does not equal to. And then we have here the population parameter we're trying to understand. This is what we want to understand. And once again, whatever you write for this first position needs to be the same thing, and so does the third. The second position is the only thing that changes when it changes the signs. So it always has the equal for the null. That's a huge trick. The null has the equal sign. The null has the equal sign. And so we go right here, and we write a quick question for this. Brian wants to see if his students really like Taco Bell. Oh, Taco Bell. So good. Taco Bell. He takes a sample of 100 students and wants to see if more than 8% of them like Taco Bell. In his sample, 40 liked Taco Bell. Okay. Be careful. Claire asked a question that is like, when we fail it. Can anyone tell me if we pass the success failure condition right here and why? Do we pass the success failure condition and why here? Remember, Claire said give an example when we don't pass it. So in this example, remember, we assume, what do we assume? The null for this one, I'm going to write out the null for this. Was greater. I should have kept the greater. There's the null. There's the alternative. So we need to find something. Let's mark our notation. Mark the notation for me. You ready? Well, remember, it needs to be 10 successes and 10 failures. So it's an actual amount of successes and amount of failures, Claire. Like, we'll literally say we would expect 10 successes, we would expect 10 failures. So we'd say we expect 10 successes, we expect 10 failures. So we got n equals 100. Excellent work. We know what the sample size is. Great job. What else do we have notation-wise? X equals 40. So let's go ahead and solve for p hat. Now that we know this, we're going to solve for p hat. This is equal to this right here. We know what p hat is. And then we have one more thing. We have this. We have that. We have that. Where's that going to go? P naught. You're right. You're right. And what are we assuming about P naught? What does this assume? And remember what Zulon said earlier for the check? What do we assume according to the null? So why are we going to fail our success failure condition? Great job right there, Alyssa. And then 1 minus it, you got it. And it'll be Q naught technically. So we don't know P, but we're assuming something about P. And can anyone tell me why we failed the success failure condition? Because what does the null assume right now? The null assumes this right here. So why do we fail the success failure condition? Why do we fail the success failure condition? Because we only expect NP naught is less than 10. You got it. Yeah, because right now you'd use P naught in place of P. Does that make sense? Because you would use, remember, and so let's check the math Zulon just did. He did NP naught equals to 8, and NQ naught is equal to 92. So multiply those out right there. You'll see 8% of 100 is 8, and 92% of 100 is 92. So we failed the success failure condition because we don't have at least 10 successes and at least 10 failures. So we fail it explicitly because of this 8 right here. So this would fail the success failure condition. We can change this though. We'll change our problems around just a little bit right here to where we say this, that right there. And now we would have 11 successes. So there would be 11 successes and 88 predicted failures according to the null. So there'd be 11 and 89, excuse me. And so this would be how many successes and failures we would expect given the null is true. So now we would pass it. Now we have at least 10 successes. We have at least 10 failures. How do we do this test? This test right here is a z-score. And we have p hat minus p naught over p naught. You are given these formulas once again. Q naught over n square root. So we're just going to plug in the numbers right here. No. Didn't want that. So we go here, 0.11, 0.89, 100. And we have here, he observed 40%, and he expected 11%. So the percent number has to be not the percent, but the actual amount. Does that make sense? Was it Morgan? Sorry, I lost track on who said it. The actual amount, because when you think about what successes and failures mean, it means we expect this many successes, we expect this many failures. So if we have 11%, we would expect 11 out of 100. Yep, Gracie, you're right. Yep. Put that up here in the notes. Great job, Gracie. And like you guys are doing excellent. And I really love Alyssa and Gracie 100 points. I like it when you guys are helping each other out. Like it when you guys are like, okay, this is this, and it's all just chatting. It's all just working with each other. And I think we're gonna get a very high z-score because I purposely made it very high. And that's that. Z-score is 9.29. 9.29. That's correct. Yep. There's the p hat right there, and that's how that was obtained. You got it. Nice job, Tyler. 100 points, Tyler. And so, yep, 9.26. That's ridiculous. This z-score right here is so extreme that it's going to have a p-value of 0. So look at this right here, 9.26. How many standard deviations does our curve usually go out? How many standard deviations do we usually plot out on the curve to show like kind of the tiniest of area? And I'm going to graph above that. I'm going to be way off the screen, way off the side of the screen. 3. So does it make sense that if I put this number into the applet, I go over here to the normal curve, I enter in the z-score of 9.26, I ask for the area to the right of it, and it tells me 0. It says 0 right there. It says there is no area. There's basically nothing. So then we're like, oh, well, that's basically impossible. So I would reject 11% and say I have evidence that the true proportion is greater than 11%. And I think we might loop back here. I'm going to probably start doing some chi-squared, but these are the last lectures that we just did today and yesterday. And so we'll probably loop back. More on tests, definitely no. Let me just give a little bit of briefing on it. No type 1, type 2 error. And there are notes online too on this. And also on this also there is power and what goes into it. So beta / power, which is 1 minus beta. And then the 2 sample means is testing 2 groups and comparing means. And this is a categorical X with a quantitative Y. And business analytics we just did, so I think we're good on that. So, yep. And we did some speed runs of that. We did some reviews. Type 1, do you recommend us memorizing the chart? I've never liked that chart, Camden. If you notice, I didn't do it. I've always liked, in a type 1, the null is what? In a type 1, the null is this. In a type 1, the null is true, but a mistake would be to reject it. In a type 2, the null is this. It is false, and we fail to reject it. I found that to be easier because you've always got your hands in the chart. If you memorize the chart, it's just like, it's pure memorization. Yeah, I do. I like it too. And you know what? It is a former student worker who came up with that. I got to give them credit. A former student worker for our department came up with that. They're just like, hey, Brian, check this out. In a type 1, the null is true. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, that makes so much sense. So, yep, there you go. False, fail to reject. Alyssa, you got, that's the shorthand. The null is true. We reject it. Type 2, the null is false, and we fail to reject it. I get that, but I like the chart. Yeah. Camden, if that works for you, Camden, totally. Do the chart. Then Camden, I recommend you memorize the chart for you. And so it's all about what works best for you. So we'll fail to reject. So in the type 1, type 2, like the type 2, the null is false in a type 2. So imagine this. Okay, so let's go to an example right here. Let's go to the cheating example because it's like famous one. So let's talk about a type 2 in cheating. So the null hypothesis is not cheating. Because I hate dealing with cheating. Don't make me deal with cheating. I hope there's no cheating on the project. Oh gosh. I hope there's no cheating on the project. If there is, my life is very sad. I hate dealing with it. So the null is not cheating. So what would a type 2 error be? If Brian makes a type 2 error here, what does that mean? If Brian makes a type 2 error, what does that mean? So just think about this for a moment. Just a quick review of this before we go to chi-squared. What would a type 2 error mean? Just tell me in context what it means. So I know a type 2 error is the null is false and we fail to reject it, but what does that mean? Explain to Brian, what does it mean? It means they cheated, but you believe they did not cheat. Exactly. So Claire, amazing, 100 points. Claire, perfect answer. So, and the way you practice this, the way I want you to practice this is I want you to go to the null and I want you to say, the null is false. This is false. So they actually did cheat. The student cheated, but we are going to fail to reject this. So Camden, when you think about it, exactly, I'm going to say that they didn't cheat. Now, will I ever find out that they actually cheated? Maybe not. I'm just going to be like, man, they're such a great student. Oh, that's so horrible. It sounds like I'm talking about you. Oh, they're such a great student. So I might never find out that they cheated. Like, they're probably not going to come up to me and be like, hey, Brian, I cheated. I got away with it. You made a type 2 error. So you don't find out and you make these errors. That's why we call them errors. So this is when a teacher doesn't catch cheating. So the student probably just, no one ever knows besides the student. Now, a type 1 error, the null is true. So what is true about the student in a type 1 error? What is true? Just simply tell me this is true about the student. I'd be like, they did this. What is true about the student? They are not cheating. That is true. It is true that they are not cheating. You look at this null. You look at it right here. You look right at it. Am I looking at it? I can't know. I have to look that way, and I'm looking at it. There we go. I'm looking at that null. This is true. They did not cheat. Well, what am I going to do? I'm going to reject that. I'm going to say, I have evidence you cheated. But I'm wrong. I'm not going to find out I'm wrong. You don't really find out a lot of times that you make a type 1 or type 2 error. I think they cheated. I'm going to say, I think you cheated. I've got good evidence here. I reject the null. You cheated. And they're like, but I didn't. And I'm like, nope. This is not a type 1 error, but it really is. They say, but it's a type 1 error, Brian. Every student's going to use that now if I ever say a student cheated. Maybe. If that's the way you're understanding, you might just explain in greater detail. Camden, if that works for you, then maybe. If that works, and you can explain more detail, and I might try to, like, go with that. But, well, remember, it's always with respect to the null. So you can't always be like, this is what the type, because you could do a reverse where you could say, I assume students cheat until I have evidence they don't cheat. And then the null would be cheating. So they could be word problems. A lot of times these are word problems, like what was the type 1 error? Like, what's the consequences of a type 1 error? Stuff like that. What's the consequences? And fail to reject is believing the actual. Fail to reject means like you still believe the null. So when we fail to reject the null, we still believe it. So if that makes more sense to say, I fail to reject the null, means I still believe it. Like, I still believe this is true. You're not saying it is true. You're just saying this is what you currently believe. Like, I'm not going to give up this belief. So when I say I fail to reject the null, I'm saying I'm still believing this. I don't reject it. Like, that's why I say a lot of times don't reject. But fail to reject works with the second F. How do you know which is the null and which is the actual in a word problem? Definitely given. Great question, Morgan. We'll definitely make it clear. Like, we've literally put, like, their initial hypothesis. I think we've even written, like, Elizabeth, I swear you're trolling me with that. No, you don't. Well, like, sometimes a word we use in statistics a lot of times is retain the null. You'll see people say, like, retain the null. So we think of accept. You knew it. We think of accept as, like, it's true. Like, accept carries with it, like, a connotation, like, you are believing that this is true. Anything but the A word. Anything but the A word. You can use the fail to reject, the not reject, or the retain. So retain is something people often say in statistics. We've always had a problem with the accept word because you wouldn't say I accept multiple things as true. You would say I can't reject those things. So can't reject is probably my favorite. Like, I cannot reject this. I do not reject it. So, like, imagine this. Brian says he can run a 6-minute mile. Now think about this. If you say you accept that Brian can run a 6-minute mile, that sounds like you believe it, right? But if you say I cannot reject that Brian runs a 6-minute mile, that sounds like you don't have evidence to go against it. So listen again to that. I accept Brian can run a 6-minute mile. That means you believe it. That means you're saying that's probably true. I accept this. But if you say I do not reject it, that means you have no evidence to go against it. Like, I can't reject that Brian can run a 6-minute mile. I don't have evidence to go against that. Well, do you accept it? No, I don't accept it. I just can't reject it. I don't have any reason to say he's wrong, but I'm not saying he's right. Does that make sense? It's weird. I love it. Is this right here about hypothesis testing? I'll have to check that out, Camden. Yeah, Camden, I'm going to read that article later. Hopefully it's kind of saying what I'm saying. But that's why, at least to me, why we don't say accept, because you're just saying you don't have evidence to go against it. So you would say, I can't reject that Brian can run a 6-minute mile. I just can't reject it. But that doesn't mean I accept it. So I'll check out that article. Yep. In a type 2, it's a false negative. So the null is false. They are cheating. And I failed to reject it. Good review there. Let's do some chi-squared. We might do it a little quick. We're going to do all the assignments. You guys are awesome. Oh, did Hannah ask? Oh, Claire, you get 1,000 points. I don't care. It's end of semester. And Claire, Hannah, you also get 1,000 for asking. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys. Can't give away those points. I'll look at the points. I know I went crazy with the points. But in chapter 17 is when you compare two means. It should be under quiz. It'd go to quizzes. Chapter 3 exam? You mean part 3? I explain, Thomas, or maybe email me and I'll look. The Quizlet. It should be under the exam review page. The exam review page. Oh no, no worries, no worries. I was like, the quilt. The exam review page. If anyone wants to post that in the chat, 100 points posted in the chat. The exam review page under Stat 201. So it should be there. I think I have it posted. I think. Now I'll try to fix it. And chapter 17 is problems like when you compare. Thank you so much, Duan. When you compare the means between two groups. And so we just did that yesterday. So we did a lot of videos on it, a lot of review questions. So yesterday's review. And I will say this, let me drop this in the chat right now. I'm going to drop another link in the chat. Thank you guys so much. So another link is getting dropped in the chat right here. This video right here, I highly suggest watching it because I made it. That's why I suggest watching it. So this link right here in the chat is part of the playlist again. Check these videos out later. They are 25-minute videos. They're probably way better than I can do because I go through a problem and I talk about the chapter and I explain how to do the test. So let's do the chi-squared. Let's do it. Is this comparing groups? Is it chapter 19 now or 17? I don't know what chapters anything are anymore. Let's do this. Every other semester, they'll change the names of the chapters on us. Oh, this is the wrong chapter. It is chapter 19. It's chapter 19. I downloaded the wrong one this morning. Sorry. 2 seconds here. We will be hopping right back into it. I was like, did they change the chapter numbers again? It's 19. It's so tough because every 2 or 3 years, they'll change the chapter numbers. And then my head will be like, wait, this was chapter this. Now it's chapter this. And then that it's of no importance. It's just a number. But it used to be chapter 22. That's what I remember. Chi-squared test of independence was chapter 22. Sorry about that. I grabbed the comparing groups because I was like, comparing groups. We will finish off lecture. Everything right now is technically bonus. I hope you stay. But this is not on the test and not required. So class is kind of officially, we're kind of officially done. Yeah, I totally think so. Yeah, so Claire, I'm glad it helped a lot. I'm glad. That's what I made those videos for. I'm actually wearing the same shirt in the videos, I think, as I'm wearing today. I was wearing my blue shirt. So someone special got me the shirt, so it's an awesome shirt. I like it. Yeah. So, thank you. You got it. Awesome. Oh, no, what's the sad faces for? Oh, sad faces for last day of class, right? You're welcome, Whitley. We'll start this up in a second right here. So technically, you don't have to do the homework, the quiz, or any of that. Yep. Technically, you'd be like, done. You can just click end on the video. You can click end. You had to download Jump. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Number 5 on the quiz, maybe. I'm so sorry. Jump makes it a lot easier. The only thing you needed for all semester. I'll miss you guys, too. Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys had fun. This is, yep, it is bonus. Oh, hey, you guys, tomorrow morning, you don't have to wake up early. But if you want to jump in the thing tomorrow morning, Nicole, William, everybody, if you want to jump in, well, thank you so much, Claire. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So you can jump in the chat tomorrow. You guys know you can jump in anytime. You can jump in anytime. Just say hey in the chat. Just be like, hey, Brian. Yeah, Ben. Well, Ben will be there. So jump in, say hey. And I love seeing people. Like we had Julio joining in. We had Andrew joining in. We had other Andrew joining in. We had Tracy joining in. People joining. We had Cincinnati Stats joining in. So you guys know it's all about Stats Nation. You guys are Stats Nation. I need to make that graphic. Expect that graphic. Maybe I'll post it. I'll post it like as a YouTube video. If I post that YouTube video, you better like it. I won't monetize it. I won't even monetize it. I'll maybe make a Stat Nation like thing, and I won't monetize it. There'll be no monetization. It'll just be like Stat Nation for you guys. I'll look at it this weekend. I'll try to get some time out and do it. So awesome. Let's make a t-shirt. Hey, if you guys want, like and comment. And thank you with the hair flip, which is the hair. The hair is getting out of control. It is getting crazy. It's people say like the home drinking apple juice game is every time Brian touches his hair, drink some apple juice. Don't do that. I mean, you can drink apple juice, but yeah, you need to copyright it because everyone will want it. Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys are what makes it fun. Like, once again, to me, teaching is about enjoying your time, making it a conversation. Some people, my negative reviews are sometimes like, he rambles, he goes off topic so much. But if I were to literally hit you with concentrated information, and I hope to think I have the concentrated information stuff out there. Like, when I put the videos, like the videos Claire watched, I don't go off topic in those videos at all. I think I stay completely cracking me up, William. I go completely on topic, and that's what I do in speed runs. That's why I created the speed runs. Is those are like concentrated, like stay very focused. So I agree, and so most of my reviews are pretty good. You can write negative things about me if you want. You can write. If you have a good light critique, I like that. If it's just a scathing review, I mean, I'll read it, and maybe one day all my reviews will be scathing, and I'll know there's a problem. But I do get the people who don't like me. Like the people, like I told you, the one review I just read when class had started was like, he thinks he's a YouTube star. No. If you see me on campus, just say hey to me. I know I'm not going to be on campus as much, but just be like, hey, what's up, Brian? I'll be like, hey. And you're like, oh, I'm Ben. I'll be like, hey, oh, you're Ben. Yeah, you're in my class. So, no, I got the Streamlab points total. So I'm just a regular person. I don't think I'm special because I'm on YouTube, because anyone can be on YouTube. Just make a channel. That's what you do. So thank you, Isaac. So yeah, I realize that people, and I appreciate it, guys, and I say guys from New York. So, but I appreciate it so much. Like you all make the class. You all make the class. Are you ready? Are you ready for the last chapter? Oh, that's awesome. No, you guys just made me so happy. So you get 2 quiz drops and 1 homework drop for the whole semester. So if you want to do this homework, you can. And you get 1 homework drop for the whole semester. Oh, Elizabeth Germany, yes. She took in person. She took 320 and 474, right? Elizabeth Germany took not just 201. She took 320 and 474, right? If you're speaking to her right now, I think she took more than just 201. Like, and I think I know who it is. Like, I mean, I know the name, obviously. But then, I definitely know the name. So, yep. Took advanced classes, too. Yep. Yeah, no, you guys really make an impression on me. Like, I'll remember a lot of your names. I hope to. Don't think I won't remember you. These classes I remember more. But I have each year I teach about 1,500 to 2,000 students. And I do remember a lot of them. I do remember a lot. Like Redarius just was posting. And Redarius and I, last quick story. When Deadpool came out, like Redarius and I were just talking about it constantly. And I still remember Redarius and I talking about Deadpool all the time. And so it always has to be like, hey, Brian, how about Deadpool? Oh, Deadpool's awesome. So people leave an impression on me, and you guys will too. So would you explain again how homework and quizzes are dropped? We're dropping 2 quizzes from this section and 1 homework total. So you don't have to do the chi-square. That's kind of why we're being a little more lax right now. We're kind of in office hours, like technically right now. Sometimes it might not be the name, and you might have to help me remember. I have had people who've seen me like on campus during a game, and they're like, hey, Brian, I took your class 5 years ago. And I'll be like, which class? And they'll tell me, and I'll be like, oh yeah. And then they'll be like, I was the one who said such and such. I'll be like, oh yeah, on such and such day. My memory's pretty good. It's not perfect, obviously, and a lot of students leave impressions on me. And then I've had people on game days see me who are like, hey, Brian, I took your class 5 years ago. Here's my kids now. And I'm like, oh, hey. I remember you. Yeah, I remember this. So how do you do a histogram in R with 2 vectors like card date? Email me, Ben. I will send you that. Yes. So and actually I got a really cool way of doing that. Email me, Ben. I'll email you right away after class with that. I'll send me the question. I'll send you a really cool way of doing histograms. I almost made a video on that last night. I literally almost made a video on that. I wish I had. When you get a chance, can you possibly drop the link for the help for chapter 14 sampling? I'm trying to find the video, but you can't. Let me do that real quick. Chapter 14 sampling is under chapter reviews. Where's chapter reviews at? So chapter reviews. Review for chapters. And then test 1 chapter review. I got so many playlists. I gotta organize this more. Like start deleting some playlists. Test 3 review videos. That might be it right there. Okay, and then we want the sampling one. Confidence intervals for the mean. Confidence intervals for test. Gracie, maybe email me. I'm even having a hard time navigating everything right now. There's so many playlists. I need to organize my playlists better. It might be under test 2 review because that has, I think it's under test 2 review. Sorry, Gracie. All chapter reviews. All chapter reviews. We got this right here. Sampling distribution review. Okay, cool. So here are sampling distribution reviews. And the next one's also another sampling distribution review. So yes, there's reviews. Guess what? Guess what time it is? It's time to get serious. It's time to do some chi-squared test of independence. Let's do this. So, have you ever seen a contingency table? Has anyone in chat, wake me up. Have we ever seen a contingency table? Have we ever seen a contingency table before? You know what those look like. They're used to analyze categorical data. When you have a categorical Y, categorical X, you got it. You know what's going on. Categorical data right here. And so what are we going to do now is we're going to go back to the beginning of the class. And we are going to use this contingency table and this mosaic plot to tell us if there's an association between whether somebody lived or died on the Titanic and the class they were in. Does anyone know how to write the null hypothesis? Maybe you saw a speed run somewhere where someone showed you how to write the null and alternative, where right here we have whether someone survived and what class they were in. Does anyone know how to write the null for this? Maybe it's called the something test. What would be the null for these? Remember the trick for writing the null for these. Who would know the null for these? What is the null hypothesis here? Boom, Neeland. Got it. Neeland, great job. Whether or not someone survived on the Titanic is independent of their class. Just survival is independent of class. That's it. All you do for the null is you just write independent. And then I like to write not independent because something is either independent or not independent. Now, we don't use statistical notation for this. You just simply write something is independent, something is not independent. So all you have to do is look at it, and we could do a total another one, a very happy topic. Let's do people getting cancer and their fish consumption. So here we have cancer, great topic to end class. This is the last slide, and fish consumption. So what would you do right here? What would you do for this one? What would be the null for this one? 100 points, first person to know. What's the null for this one? We've got fish consumption and cancer. Prostate cancer. Yay. Thank you, my Pearson. But what is it? I need the full thing. I need someone to tell me what the full thing is. You're right, it's independent, but what is it? It's blank is independent of blank. But what's the full thing? What is the full, like if you were to say, well, the null for this is that blank is independent of blank. But what's the full thing? No one said the full thing yet. Blank is independent of blank. Fish consumption is independent of prostate cancer. You got it, Sophia. Great job right there. 100 points, Sophia. And also Neelan right there. How about this test? How about this one? Who here can figure out the null for this one? Whether or not an individual has, yep, got it. And then what is the null for this one? What's the null for this one? Any ideas on the null for this? What are the two variables? I'm not giving any hints on this one. I'm like removing the hints. I just want you to figure out the null. See if you can figure it out. So remember the tricks we're doing. You can be like, oh, the null is just blah, 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 blah. Who knows? 100 points, who knows? Crazy points. You guys know what it is. It's Wacky Wednesdays. Wacky Wednesdays. We went totally wacky today. So what's the full thing as a sentence, though? What's the full thing? What is the full null hypothesis? Remember the trick. Type of car is independent of maintenance experience. That's perfect. All you are doing is putting between it, look at the trick. All you are doing is putting between it the word independent. That's all you do. You say survival is independent of class. Car type is independent of maintenance experience. Fish consumption is independent of prostate cancer. So all you do is you say they're independent. But let's take a look at this graphic. And then the alternative is that they're not independent. So you say, this is independent of this. This is not. Great job, Gracie. You got it. 100 points, Gracie, right there. This is independent of this. This is not independent of this. That's just how we write the null. That's just how we write the alternative. So you need, yep, that's it, Jack, 100 points. Excellent work. Excellent notes. And so now let's take a look. Condition one last time. This might be the last time this semester. Chill out with the randomness right here. Yeah. Of course, it's condition one, random. You guys knew it was coming. It's in every lecture right here. Condition one is random. So random means that we would randomly select the people. Titanic probably doesn't meet that because they weren't randomly selected. 10% means it's less than 10% of all people. The Titanic's less than 10% of all people, but like cruise ship people, I don't know if the Titanic meets that. Third condition is count data. Now I kind of like to, it's expected cell count. We'll do expected cell count first. So expected cell count, I kind of like to be the third condition. That's what I meant to say. Because you want 5 expected cell count. Now, think about this. Previously, success failure was you had to have at least how many? Previously, with success failure, you had to have at least how many? Success failure was 10. But now that we have 2 variables, with 2 variables, it's 5. Now, this is a categorical one, so it's kind of similar to success failure that you should have at least this many of this many. So it's in that similar sense of you want at least this many expected successes. So, or expected counts. Successes work too. But now that it's 2 variables, instead of it being 10, it's 5. Like we almost divided it by 2. That's not the reasoning, but good way to remember it. There's 2 variables, so instead of it being 10, it's 5. So expected cell counts are greater than 5. More on expected cell counts in a moment. Condition 4 is back here. It's hiding away. It didn't want you to see it. Condition 4 is count data. Now, count data is a lot like QQ. It's a lot like QQ, but it's not the same thing. If we were to call count data with something like QQ, what would it be called? Count data wouldn't be called QQ. What would be called for 100 points? Count data would not be called QQ. Because what does QQ mean? What does QQ mean for a scatter plot? What does QQ mean? What would count data be? Yep, quantitative. And count data would be categorical. So it's CC. It's both, if you look at the Titanic, both of these variables here, someone's class, which is first, second, third crew, is categorical, and somebody's survival is yes, no, which is categorical also. So we have 2 categorical variables. You can't really fail this condition if you're doing the chi-squared test of independence. It's cat or CC. Yep. It'd be CC. Yep. And so that's what count data is. It's 2 categorical variables. And you can't fail it if you're doing the chi-squared test of independence. It's like if you're doing a scatter plot, you have quantitative data. If you have a mosaic plot / contingency table, you have categorical data. This is by literal virtue of what the data is, you have this. So we pass this condition if it's categorical data. Pretty good on that one, pretty easy. But what are these expected cell counts? Now, expected cell counts are what you expect given the null is true. So how can we figure this out? I want you to do this example right here. You may not know it, but tonight, only half of the students will pass the test. And only half of the students will study for the test. So this is study down here, and this is pass up here. Pass yes, pass no. Study yes, study no. Dun, dun, dun. So there were 100 students who took the test total. 50 students passed, 50 students failed. 50 students studied, 50 students did not study. How many students would you expect to study for the test yes and pass the test yes? Be careful. Don't do it by what you think. Do it by what the numbers say according to the null, which is just if it's random. Wrong button. If it's random. What would you expect right here? You can do the formula if you want. The formula is this. You take row total times column total over grand total. So there's the formula written out for you. Who here can solve the formula for 100 points and tell us how many we would expect? And then let's think about it. Let's be like, well, why is it that? How many would you expect? Just 4? Maybe. Well, think about this. Half the students studied. Oh, you're fine. 100 points, Nicole. Still, you got it. Good guess. How many students would you expect to study and pass the test? Wait a minute. Did you just hear it? Did you hear it? What percent of students studied? What percent of students studied? 50%. What percent of students passed the test? You guys figured out the answer. So wait, what is the probability of a random student studying and a random student passing the test? What is the probability, and you guys got the right answer, 25 is the right answer. What is the probability of a random student studying and a random student passing the test? It would be equal to 25%. What is 25% of 100? It's 25. Now, what we're actually doing is we're actually timesing it. Look at this. The row totals right here are the percentages. And then when we do this right here, we're actually timesing it 1 times by, because you're really just taking percent. Like mathematically, I can show you out right here. What you're doing is you're doing 50 over 100 times 50 over 100 times 100. And because of this, this cancels. And what do you see? Look at this. Row total times column total over grand total. The reason these cancel right here is because we're putting it into a number amount. You don't have to know this complicated. You can just know it simply by the formula right here. Let's look at it in just a slide where we show it. Here's where we're finding an expected right here. Do you see this right here? This number 48.8 is for the following cell. So let's do the mathematics. Row total, column total, grand total. So does everyone see this formula is the formula written out right there? Does that make sense to everybody? That's the row total for the cell, the column total for the cell over the grand total, and that just solves for the expected count. I did this in the speedrun also. So if you rewatch the speedrun, you'll see me solving for the expecteds, and every cell has an expected. And then all of these expected cells must be greater than what? All of the expected cells must be greater than what? We want every one of them to be greater than what? Which this does pass the condition here. Remember this? Remember this right here? All the expecteds need to be greater than what? Who's got 100 points in the chat? Who's got it? End of the semester. We got this. Stay strong. We got this. Not 50, but 100 points right there, Thomas. Not 50, but 5. 5. Expected cell counts all have to be greater than 5. At least 5. So we find all of the expecteds. But here's the crazy thing. We're going to look at the difference right here. Now, I want you to think about this for a moment. I'm going to give 2 people a job in the class. Who wants a job right now? Tell me if you want a job. Who wants a job right now? Who wants a job? Someone want a job? Who wants a job? Anybody? Okay, we're going to pay a whole semester's worth of work to Alyssa right here. Alyssa, you're going to get paid for a whole semester. I'm going to pay you $10 an hour. So that's what you expect. So we'll put here A for Alyssa. Alyssa expects $10 an hour. And then, that was weird. Alyssa expects $10 an hour. But Alyssa, when the semester ends, you observe getting paid $110 an hour. Says domain error. You might have to send me. I've got a video on how to do it, Kyle. You might have to send me. Yeah, send me what you're doing, and I'll take a look, because it can be done in the TI calculator. Yeah, Alyssa's like, that's awesome. We can compute what this difference is. So the difference here is observed minus expected. Alyssa would pay, would everyone agree that Alyssa was paid $100 more than what she expected? She was paid $100 more. So we had here Keaton. Keaton was like, wow, Brian is a great person to work for. Keaton's going to work for Brian here. Keaton. So now Keaton, paying the $10 an hour is a long thing to do. I'm just going to pay you at the end of the semester. So you're going to work a whole semester, and you're working like 40 hours a week. So this is like 5 months worth of work, 40 hours a week. And I'm going to pay you $10,000. I'm going to pay you $10,000. Now, no, good. That should be a response. 40 hours a week, $10,000 for like 5 months worth of work. I mean, not the best, because, well, you know that Brian says he's going to pay you a certain amount, and you're like, okay, wait a minute. Brian said he was going to pay Alyssa $10. He paid her $110. So I gotta like, I bet Brian's going to do something super awesome at the end, right? Well, guess what, Keaton? At the end of this semester, are you excited, Keaton? I need to know in the chat. Are you excited to hear how much you're going to get paid? Are you like, yeah, tell me, how much you paying me now? How much? Let's go. You ready? Let's do this. Guess what, Keaton? You're getting $10,100. $100. Because Alyssa was so excited about that difference of 100. So, I mean, look at this. You're getting paid $100 more. So, show me the money. Cracking me up. 100 points right there. You both get 100 points, Alyssa and Keaton. So, you observed getting paid this much, and you expected getting paid this much. So, the difference, would both of you agree? Are you hurt for Keaton right there? So, but Alyssa, you were paid hourly. Alyssa was told she would get paid $10 an hour and got paid $110 an hour. Keaton was told he would get paid $10,000 total and got paid $10,100 total. You got the 100 points too, Alyssa. And so both of these, show me the money. Both of these people saw the same difference. But who do you think would be much happier with their pay increase? Who do you think would be much happier with their pay increase? Who do you think would be much happier with their pay increase? Alyssa or Keaton? Who would be much happier? Because what we have to do with the chi-squared test of independence is square this difference and then divide it by the expected. So we can actually figure out what these two would have seen right here. So we divide this by the expected. So we would divide Alyssa's by $10, and we would divide Keaton's by... So what does that bottom number do? 1,000 points first person to tell me it does what to the difference? The bottom number right here is used to what? 1,000 points. I like this. I like when you know what these tests do. Like when you understand theoretically what that bottom number is doing to the difference. 1,000 points first person. That bottom number is whatting that difference. I've gone crazy. It's Wacky Wednesdays. He's going to show us while you guys... Boom, Gracie. Wacky Wednesdays, Gracie knows the answer. That bottom number is standardizing that difference. It is taking a difference and making it a standardized unit. Because no longer would we say, well, they got $100 more. We can talk about it in context right here. It standardized it. It puts it in context. It standardized the difference right there. So what do we see? We see a mess on the screen. But here we are with the chi-squared right here. And what do? We do observed minus expected squared. 100 points, everyone else. Great job, Brooke and Alyssa and Sophie. 100 points for those answers right there. Observed minus expected squared over expected. So we're taking the difference. Why do we square it? You might say, well, why do we square it, Brian? What would happen if we have a bunch of differences that are above and below and we add them up? Like some are above 0, some are below 0, and we add them up. So if we have differences above 0 and below 0 and we add them up, what would happen to all the differences? We have differences that are above 0, below 0, we add them up. What would happen to the differences? Here's 0 right here. We have above and below and we add them up. If we did that without squaring them and you sum them all up, they'd sum up to 0. So you have to square it. You have to do observed minus expected squared, and then all the differences are positive. They are in like positive units. They'd write 100 points right there, Thomas. They'd go to 0. They would just average out to nothing. So we have to square the difference, and then we standardize that difference. So that's all we're doing right here. And last but not least, you saw this in my speed run. You take, great job, Alyssa, 100 points. You take all of your cell chi-squareds and you sum them up. So you take all of your cell chi-squareds and sum them up, and this is the chi-squared test statistic. Last but not least, we plot our chi-squared test statistic on a distribution with the right amount of degrees of freedom. And this is all the notes for the lecture that we need to know before we just solve problems. Because now all we're going to do is we're going to put this knowledge to use right here. Let's go ahead and put this knowledge to use right here. If the chi-squared is large, the p-value will be small. I guess that's a good note. I mean, we'll see it. It's not on the test, so we'll be fine. So here we are. Let's do this right now. Can anyone tell me the degrees of freedom for this? Be careful, I'm not showing the right answer right now. I also want you to solve for the degrees of freedom. Can anyone tell me the degrees of freedom? It's rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. Can anyone tell me how many degrees of freedom there are for this? I'm not showing the right answer. I'm showing a hint that you'll have to use to then solve for it. Who knows for 100 points the right degrees of freedom on this? Make sure to solve it also. Make sure to solve it. And then make sure to solve it. You got Alyssa. You're on the right track. 100 points, Alyssa. Then make sure to solve that, and that will be the degrees of freedom. It turns into a 2 by 1. You can also do this right here where you just delete one row and one column, because that's it right there. So it is 2 degrees of freedom. So there'll be 2 degrees of freedom. It was a 2 by 3, and it turns into this. Does that make sense to everybody? how many degrees of freedom are there here? How many degrees of freedom are there on this one? Be careful. This one tricks people. Be very careful. Who knows? Tell me the number. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. How many degrees of freedom are there for this one? Be very careful. I know. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're going to do the assignment after this. And remember. Oh, wait, Gracie. We tricked you. Zulon is right. This one, this tricks people because this is not a, don't worry. I think you did what happens a lot of times. That's why I said it's tricky. This is a 4x2. There's 4 groups here, and then there's 2 groups here. So then since it's a 4x2, yep, Zulon's right. Don't count the totals because those aren't groups. So it's 3 degrees of freedom because it's 1 times 3. Zulon, excellent work right there. 100 points, Zulon. So let's do one more. How many degrees of freedom? Oh, we did that one. How many degrees of freedom are there for this one? How many degrees of freedom are there for this one? Hint, it's very similar to the last one. How many degrees of freedom? Yep, you're right. 3 degrees of freedom. Great job, Zulon, 100 points. Thomas, 100 points. You got it. 3 degrees of freedom because it's a 4x2 or 2x4, whichever way you do it, but it's still just 1 times 3, whichever way you do it. So it's 3 degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom are nice and easy for this. Rows -1 times columns -1. We got it. So what do? Literally just shows you the mathematics here. We find all of the expecteds. So you literally have to do this if you're doing it by hand. It's no fun to do it by hand. That's why Isaac, were you like, I'm not doing this by hand. I'm downloading Jump. I'm going to let Jump do it for me. Jump does it like that. So Isaac was like, nope. It's quicker for me to download Jump and do this in Jump than me to sit here. And Jump will do it correctly and easily each time. It'll find all the expecteds. Once we find the expecteds, we then find the cell chi-squareds. Once we find all the cell chi-squareds, what do we do with all the cell chi-squareds? You find all of your expecteds, all of your cell chi-squareds, and then you what up the cell chi-squareds. Hey, being congested. You do what to, you add them up. Nicole, 100 points. Amazing work. You just add up all the cell chi-squareds. Mute button. So you add them all up, and this gets you the Pearson, write this down. This gets you the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. It doesn't say Pearson right here, but it gets you the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. From there, we plot them. How do you put it into a p-value? Once you get this value right here, this 10.828. Yep, great question, Nicole. So do you see how I have this chi-squared, right? I want you to tell me the degrees of freedom for this, Nicole, right now. What is the degrees of freedom for this? Tell me, Brian, this is a blank degrees of freedom. How many degrees of freedom for this graphic right now? How many degrees of freedom? 2. Great job, Zulon. It is 2 degrees of freedom. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to my applet right here. It was so perfectly on the screen before. We're going over the applet. We're going to go to the chi-squared. So with the chi-squared applet on the screen right now, we're going to enter in 2 degrees of freedom. So we have to go to the applet. There we go. Nice and easy to see. We go to 2 degrees of freedom. There's that. And we graph to the right of it. And there's the p-value right here. So this is the p-value right here, 0.004. Send the applet, you got it. And I like this one for this reason, because it shows the numbers. So here is the applet in the chat for you right there. And it's even showing the numbers I got. That's one of the reasons I like this applet. This applet does not carry enough decimals. I need to write Nathaniel Johnston right here and say to him, please make your applet include more decimal places. Then your applet will be the ultimate applet. I really should write him and say, hey, if your applet could just include up to like 5 or 6 decimals. He'd be like, but I want it to look simple. And I'm like, but it's so close to perfect. It's almost the perfect applet. It just doesn't include enough decimals, which can cause problems if you're trying to get exact stuff. So no, great question. So you just put it in here. There's the p-value. P-value is small. Guess what? They show another applet on the screen right here, which is the previous page. There's the p-value via jump calculation. Jump is going to do it more exactly. Jump's going to carry every decimal. And so when jump carries every decimal, we can see the p-value is 0.00045. And usually statistical software is going to get it more exact. So this says 0.0004, but jump does it more exact. Once again, the Pearson has your p-value. The Pearson has your p-value. Pearson p-value right there. This is the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. So chi-squared test is the Pearson, and this is the chi-squared value right here, and this is the p-value over here. It's back. I'm having too much fun today, guys. So what would we do here? We'd reject the null hypothesis and say we have evidence for the alternative. Why are we rejecting the null? P-value is low. Reject the null below 0.05 alpha. Once again, we assume an alpha of 0.05. Just let this be a reminder to you that we use an alpha of 0.05. This should be mega review for everyone, that we assume that alpha is 0.05. And since the p-value is lower than alpha, reject the null. Reject the null. So we've got here other examples right here with the, well, that's just the mosaic plot of it. Pretty easy to see that Toyotas are doing better. Toyotas are only getting regular maintenance, so we're good on that. Here's the conditional distributions. Given a car is a Toyota, it gets regular maintenance 85.4% of the time, as opposed to regular and unexpected maintenance 14.6% of the time. So you could literally just go in here and say there were 70 out of the 82, and that is how we compute it. It's just the kind of percentages right there, 70 out of 82. And that is giving us the percentage right there of 85.4 rounds up to. So that's the conditional distribution. And once again, you can see the conditionals are different. That means there's some sort of dependency, some sort of non-independence. And suppose the p-value is small, you can reject the null. Here's the fatty fish example, which is the last one. We see that it's a 3x4. Please, let's do 100-point answers here. Who can solve for the expected value right here? This is an expected. Who can solve the expected? See, if I'd go longer on this if this was on the test. Who can solve the expected and who can solve the chi-squared? Can anyone solve either of those? You just have to know the formula. The formula for chi-squared, for a cell chi-squared, is observed minus expected squared over expected. You are given these on the test. If it was on the test, it's not. And this one right here, the expected, is row total times column total over grand total. So this one is an expected. This is a chi-squared. Any ideas on these? Good job, Camden. Excellent work. You got it, man. You're welcome so much. I appreciate you. I understand. That's why I put this definitely to bonus. I was like, because I was thinking we should do more review. So I focused more on review today. And then I was like, okay, then I got to make this bonus. Like, oh, God. No, but I want you guys to feel like, you know, I never try to make it unreasonable. That's my goal. 2? Is it 2? It shouldn't be 2. Good guys right there, Mona. 100 points. What are the expecteds? So we have to do for expected, we have to do row total times column total over grand total. Moderate part is 3. Are you talking about the degrees of freedom? There's degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom are 3. Do you see the answer, Zulon, to the expected? And then the chi-squared is going to be, it's going to be pretty small. Yeah. And then we do observed, which is the count, minus the expected over the expected. So there's the chi-squared right there. So the chi-squared value, we'll just solve it real quick so people can check if they do this. Observed minus expected. What happened? Expected that? That sounds about right. Oh, no. Good. Didn't square it. Almost didn't square it. Did I mess it up? I might have messed it up. That's the answer right there. So that is the cell chi-squared, and then the expected is let's just see. 466 times 2978 divided by 627. There you go. That's it. Great job. I think they're easy tests. It's not on the test, but I think it's an easy test question. So we now add up this cell chi-squared right here. This Pearson chi-squared is the sum of all the cell chi-squareds. So we would take this value right here. It's the sum of all of these values. This is why jump is awesome, because it does it all for you. We'd sum up all the cell chi-squareds, which would be the sum of every value down here. We'd literally take and add up every one of these values. And if you add them all up, you'll get that value right there. And then you take this value, the 3.677, and you know it has 3 degrees of freedom. So 3.677 with 3 degrees of freedom. You go over here, you put this in, and you do 3.677. And there's the p-value, 0.299. It's very close to that p-value, but it's basically 0.30. That's got it. And then you can see there's basically no difference. We failed to reject the null. We think that they're independent. So someone's fish consumption is independent of prostate cancer. And how does it look? The mosaic plot looks pretty what? Null is high, just let it fly. You got it. And we'll start doing the assignment right here. But like I said, this is not, I don't think this is one of the hardest chapters. And if you've been doing hypothesis testing, hopefully it makes sense. I introduced p-values early on in this class for letting us know how it works. You guys already said thank you, so I'm saying thank you here. But really, thank you everybody for, like, I had so much fun with mini-term. I will say this, one thing I really miss is when I teach mini-term in person, we usually order food. Oh, we were going to do that, like, pizza giveaway thing. We didn't do it. Maybe we should still do that somehow. Like, we should figure out a way. But, we usually during mini-term do some sort of, like, I get bagels for the class. I get, pizza for the class. We usually do that. And so last mini-term, we would be finishing class and order pizza. And I'd be like, hey, hang out, sit around. Let's do homework. Let's eat pizza. And I missed that. Maybe because I also just miss eating pizza. Oh, and that's when I was like dieting hardcore last summer, I think. Wasn't I? Maybe. Because I remember not eating the pizza. People be like, come on, Brian, eat the pizza. And I'd be like, I can't. Like, you order us pizza and don't eat it? I'm like, yeah, I'm being good. Now I haven't eaten pizza because of the quarantine. So here we go. Let's do some homework. Oh, I'll miss you guys too because I don't know if anyone's saying anything. But tomorrow morning I gotta wake up at like 7 to teach at 8. I like waking up. It's gotta go to bed a little bit earlier. Yep. Here we go. We got some homework assignment going on right here. Let's do it. Oh wait, can't see it. There we go. We got the homework assignment. Let's do it. There is concern that if a woman has an epidural to reduce pain during childbirth, the drug can get in the bloodstream, the baby's bloodstream, making the baby sleepier and less willing to breastfeed. A journal published the results conducted of 1,170 births. The homework and quiz is just a bonus. Yep, because we're dropping one homework and we're dropping 2 quizzes from this section. So if you can do the homework and it can help out with your homework grade, but if you don't do it, it won't hurt you because I'll drop 1 homework. So that's got it. Yep. So what kind of test would be appropriate? Well, what did we cover? The chi-square test of independence. That's the chapter we're in. Let's do it. Continue on. What would be the null? The null is that they're independent. Let's see if we see anything. So breastfeeding success is independent of having an epidural. That's perfect. It just sounds like the null. What would be the alternative? Is that they're not independent. Now they didn't write not independent here. They have is associated. So that is what we want because that means they're not independent. They're just using slightly different words. So we got that. Question 1 done. How many degrees of freedom? Guys, help me out. How many degrees of freedom are there for this? How many degrees of freedom are there for this test? Anyone know? How many degrees of freedom? You have to say, Brian, it's a blank by blank. Yep, 1 degree of freedom. It's a 2 by 2. You have to look at the levels. There's a level here. Levels mean like the responses that are possible. So you see, great job, Sophia and Zulon. Not that hard, pretty easy. And now it wants the expected for the smallest. Let's just take the smallest numbers here. Now I'm going to copy it and show you once again. Hey, what's up, Jonah Hill? So it's Jonah Hill randomly. A random Jonah Hill appears in the chat. So now that'd be cool. I want to get. If anyone ever knows like Jonah Hill, tell him, be like, join our chat. Be like, hey, it's Jonah Hill. No one would believe it. If, like Jonah Hill joined the chat, everyone would be like, not Jonah Hill. Fake name, not Jonah Hill. So there we go right there. Yep, Zulon, I think you've already done it. Wow, yep, not that bad, right? You just take and you do row total times column total. You see, you do it the way I do it because I always do column total first. Divided by grand total. Top of the mathematics is what is it? Which rule is that, Zulon? The distributive property of multiplication, that it doesn't matter which way you do your multiplication. Like one rule in multiplication says it doesn't matter which way you do A times B or B times A. It's the same thing. I don't know the name of the rule. You just need to know what the rule means. It just means it doesn't matter if you do A times B or B times A. What are the conditions? Random, which is the same as independence. And we have count data. We have expected cell count and 10%. There we go. That's it. Meets all the conditions. just to mention it again, I've said this in multiple videos, they sometimes break apart the randomness into an independence assumption. So there's the randomness condition that assumes independence. So it's the cumulative, how's it said? Commutative. So thank you, Isaac. 100 points, Isaac, right there. I can never remember the name of it, but that's what it means. It means you can multiply A times B or B times A, same thing, tomato, tomato. Chi-squared test of independence, that's what we're doing. Let's see right here. State your null, that they are independent. College choice is independent of birth order, that they are not independent. So there is an association between college choice and birth order. That means not independent. I wish they just put not independent, but they're trying to see if you can identify different things. Conditions. Ooh, okay, we got to watch out. How can we check the expected cell count? Now, you notice they showed us a trick a moment ago. We only need to check the whatest expected cell count to see if it's greater than 5. We only need to check the whatest expected cell count to see if it's greater than 5. We only need to check the whatest to see if it's greater than 5. We only need to check the whatest expected cell count to see if it's greater than 5. I'll start showing it right here. Technically, these. I'm going to pick this one just because it tricks people. Smallest, yep. It's like this. If everyone's over 21, we can all go to the bar together. But then if the youngest person is like 19, then not everyone can go. So if you just check when you go to a bar, they should just be like, I just need to see the youngest person's ID. I mean, if everyone was honest, could you go with 20 people and the people at the door say, I just need to see the ID of the youngest person? Could they do that? If you were honest and you're like, okay, they're the youngest person, could they just check the ID of the youngest person to see if everyone's good at the bar? Could they do that? That's what we're doing right now. We've got here 16 different people came to the bar. And we're just going to be like, I just need to see the ID of the youngest person. That's all we're doing. As long as they have an ID greater than 5, not like 5 years old, but expected cell count. This example got crazy. But there is no at least 5 individual in a cell. Yeah, so these numbers don't matter. If you notice, I actually didn't look at this cell right here because that's the count. Does that make sense? That's the mistake people make on this one. Like, let's make up a fake thing for this problem. This will hurt the numbers. But let's pretend for a moment right here. The numbers won't add up properly. But if this is 23, you would not check. This is not the cell I have highlighted is not the one you would check. So you would not check this cell. You would check this cell. You are checking this cell right now because it has the smallest row total. Good job, Neelan. You're welcome so much. Great work, Neelan. Excellent work. Head on out. Great having you here. Appreciate it so much. And swing by anytime. Man, your point's going to be awesome right here. So, I think you're over 4,000. I think you got it. I think you're over 4,000. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. So you notice right here, we're just checking the smallest row total, the smallest column total. And by doing this, let's see if it is greater than 5. Smallest row total, smallest column total. Nope, not greater than 5. So guess what? Since the smallest row total and smallest column total are not greater than 5, then we'd say the expected cell count condition is not met. We should be good there. Expected cell count means that we have at least 5 expected cell counts. Now, it's not talking about these numbers. People can get this question right with the wrong understanding. And so in technicality, this cell and this cell have the same expected cell count because they're 22 times 28 over 232, 22 times 28 over 232. They have the same expected, but we could check either of them, and they both fail. But you wouldn't say this one passes because of the 6, because that's the count. That's not the expected. Great job, Zulon. A lot of people get that confused. How many degrees of freedom? Tell me the degrees of freedom. Here's your hint to start out with. That's not the answer yet, but that's a hint. How many degrees of freedom on this? 9. Yep. 4 by 4 reduces to a 3 by 3. Just rows minus 1 times columns minus 1. So 4 minus 1 times 4 minus 1. 9. 9 degrees of freedom. This gives us the chi-squared. State your conclusion. At the 0.05, my p-value is what? Oh, man, this would be such a good test question. My p-value is what? My p-value is this. I do what? This. I have blank of this. So look at the p-value. Look at your level of significance. And what do? P-value is low. I'm going to reject the null. Yep, it's extra. It's not like extra credit, but it can count. There is evidence. I reject the null. Got it. Awesome. More. This one right here is tricky. It's one of the hardest questions. we go. I think it's this one. Good. It's just trying to point out to you. So once again, you should know you fail the condition because some of the cell counts have less than 5, which have large residuals, which we didn't talk about the residuals of this. It's just how much you miss by. Any conclusion would be suspect. So really, it's only this, which is what we talked about. That's tricky, but it goes a little bit beyond. This one right here is where we're going to use jump, and we're going to use the chi-squared test of independence. Look at this. We're already doing so well. Wait a minute. You guys got to help me out. Is it A, B, C, or D? Who knows A, B, C, or D? I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit here. Which one is it? It's not the answer I've selected, and it's not the answer that's off the screen. Wait. Okay, no, wait, now do it. Now, which answer is it? Sorry. Yep, exactly. Zulon, you're right. It's going to the residuals, and you guys are right. I like this one a lot. It phrases it exactly the way I say it. And Zulon, you're right. Is the count data met? Is it categorical? Well, yes, we got a contingency table. It has to be. Is the randomization met? Did they randomly take people? I hope. You didn't tell me, but I'm assuming you did. You should really tell me you did. Is expected cell count met? Now, this one's a bit tricky. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this into jump for the moment. So I'm copying right here, and this is tricky to do in jump. Slow down the video right here to see how to do this in jump. It's tricky. We're going to go to File, New Data Table. We're in jump, File, New Data Table. We're going to go to Edit, Paste with column names. If you do not paste with column names, this problem will not work. So Edit, Paste with column names. We've now pasted with column names. If you made a mistake, restart, and if this happened, restart, paste with column names. This is the way it should look on the right. This is the way it should not look on the left. If you have this, start over immediately and paste with column names. Don't click inside of it either, just paste with column names. So, and you know what? Now let's just do this. So here we are, we've got this. Now we're gonna go right here and we're gonna go to, I'm gonna click away from it. We're gonna go to Tables and Stack. Tables and Stack. We're gonna click all the blue ones, only the blue ones. You see how we have the blue ones over here now. Under Table Stack, we click just the blue ones and then we click OK. And now we have our data ready to be analyzed. Make sure your data looks like this right here with your X variables here, or your X and your Y, and then your data here. You could relabel this gender if you want, and that's party, so we could just call it party. You don't have to do these steps right here, but that may help you. So now we're going to go to Analyze, Fit Y by X. We're going to go to Analyze, Fit Y by X. We're going to see if somebody's gender explains their party. We're going to put the data right here in the frequency. Make sure you have all 3 of these, and they have the same colors. These are red, this is blue. If they're not the same colors, restart and make sure you paste the data and stack it properly. So at this point, if you're seeing this, you've done it correctly. Make sure you have data in here. If you do not have data, it will not work. This is key. If you do not put the data there, which I just removed it, if you do not have it there, this will not work. So let's go ahead and hit OK. Actually, I'm going to show it without the data. This is incorrect. If you get this, it was done incorrectly. And if you get this, this is correct. So on the left right now, we have the incorrect version. And on the right, we have the correct version. If it's completely flat like this, like completely flat, then you probably didn't put in data. Or you got a weird answer I've never seen before. But here's the correct version. And let's take a look. We're going to do a trick right here. We're going to take this and move it up to there. Then we're going to close this off right here. Okay. So we've got our data and we've got our analysis. And let's take a look at it. So with this right here, we can actually... Oh, we can't do that to... Dang it. Put it here. The contingency table, we can actually change it so it just has the counts and it has the expecteds. I did all of this work. I did a lot of work just to see that all of these expected cell counts right here are greater than what? All of these expected cell counts are greater than what? Who knows? 100 points in the chat. Who knows? I have now confirmed that every expected cell count is greater than what? I have now found out every expected cell count is greater than what? Every single one of these is greater than I've confirmed condition number 3, that all expected cell counts are greater than 5. 100 points, Nicole, right there. The greater than 5. So remember, expected cell counts greater than 5. Greater than 5. Yep, all expected cell counts are greater than 5. So we do meet this condition. I did all of this work right here just to check this, and they are all greater than 5. So actually, I could have guessed, and the answer is always yes, pretty much. But guess what? Calculate the chi-squared test statistic. Easy. The chi-squared test statistic is simply 3.493. It's the Pearson value right here. It's also the sum of all the cell chi-squareds. So if I add up all these numbers, this 41.11 or 1.11 and 0.44, there it is right there. 4.93, and it's the addition of that number, that number, that number, that number, that number, that number. So it's 3.493. So we've done it. It's 3.493. Done. Calculate the p-value. So once again, we can look at the p-value here. The p-value on the test is just right over here on p-value. It's 17.43. So 17.43. Jump calculated a tiny bit different. What do you do in my Pearson? So the p-value here is above alpha. P-value is above alpha. Do we reject or fail to reject? When the p-value is high, just let it fly. Fail to reject the null, there's not evidence for the alternative. Because we fail to reject, there's not evidence. Yep, p-value is high, just let it fly. There's not evidence for the alternative. There we go. 100 on the homework. We did it. We've done it. Let's go look at the quiz. The quiz will have very similar questions. Let me get the quiz up and going here. I like this chapter. It's not too hard. That's why I'm always excited during the semester. I'm like, we got this. Here's the epidural one. I think this is the one we did. So we did the epidural. We did this one also. We did this one. We did this one. And here's a new one. Okay. So here's a new question we have not done yet. Can we do, which is what does it say? Copy the start of it in, Nicole. I'll do this one right here. And copy the start of the question. So copy the very, very start of the question, and then I will do it next, Nicole. You got it. So let's see right here. We have a certain story describing weeks of a long war included injuries of the war and the outcome. We have 137 different injuries, and here it is right here. Let's go ahead and try to copy this, and let's bring it over to Jump right here. And so we're going to bring this into Jump to start with a new data table. It's Control-N or Command-N on a Mac. And then we're going to paste it with column names. Cool. This has got it. Yes, we got that next. We'll do that one next. You got it, Nicole. And then, so now we're going to, once you paste this in, make sure this data looks like this. Make sure it's red, blue, blue. Go to Tables, and under Tables, go to Stack. Now we're going to double-click the blue columns, double-click the blue columns, click OK, and now we have our data the way we need it. So now we have our data the way we want it. We're going to go here to Analyze, Fit Y by X. We're going to put here the body part. I could have labeled that body part, but that's the body part. And we're going to label here what happens to them. And then we're going to put the data into the frequency. Once again, that's usually where people make the mistake, is they don't put data in the frequency. Let's click OK. And where do you think, if you were to get injured, where is the best place to get injured during a war? Of course, the best answer is no injury, somewhere other than getting injured. But where is the best place to get injured? Best place to get injured is a limb. Yep. So you can see here the head and the neck or the body are much more likely to be fatal. The limb is less likely to be fatal. People who got injured in the limb, like given someone is injured in the limb, they are way less likely to be way less likely to have a fatal injury. There's way more non-fatal injuries in limbs. So we have that right here. Good stuff. Go back to here. The null is that they are what of each other? Pretty easy. It's actually answer A. I selected it by accident. Once you see independent, not independent, it's a giveaway. That means you don't even have to think anymore. You're like, oh, they're independent, they're not independent. Good. And it doesn't always write the exact same way I write it. Now this one right here, this is where really you need Jump. If you're not using Jump, then you really need it for this. Because look, fatal body. Then we just find the expected, 51.8454. So, and then sometimes we reverse it. 51.85, and then that's at 2 decimals. And then we have here not fatal body, 12.15. Hopefully I put them all in the right spots. I've messed it up before. Then we have here fatal head or neck. Good. 35.65. Then we have here head, neck, not fatal. Head, neck, not fatal. 8.35. Jump makes this problem way easier. Like this, without jump, this is not fun. 23.50. Hopefully I'm entering all the numbers in the right way. I have made mistakes on these. 5.50 for not fatal limb. 5.50. That's got it. Boom. Calculate the chi-squared. Wow. Calculate the chi-squared. Chi-squared is 44.81. So 44.82. Calculate the degrees of freedom. I'm not going to look at jump for this. This is a 2 by 3. How many degrees of freedom? 2 by 3. I should know this instantaneously. How many degrees of freedom with a 2 by 3? Who's got 100 points in the chat? 2 by 3. How many degrees of freedom? I'm showing the equation for it in my hand. This one we can do like that. So degrees of freedom I never use jump for. I mean, I'll look at it if it wants. It's a 2 by 3. So it's 2 times 1. 2 degrees of freedom. Oh, number. And then p-value, we're going to use jump for also. We're not going to do the p-value in our head. It's 0. I should have realized chi-squared was so high, it's 0. There's so much of a difference. So we reject the null at that level, and we conclude that they are not independent. 100, not today, my Pearson. You can't get me on those numbers. What did we say? Not today. We always do that. That's the war one again. Chi-squared. Sunken ship. There we go. All right. Here we got Nicole's question right here. Most pregnancies are full term, but some are preterm, less than this amount of time of these preterm pregnancies. So Nicole, I need your help here. Is the answer A, B, C, or D for the null and alternative? Is it A, B, C, or D? What will be the null and what will be the alternative? What will be the null and what will be the alternative for this test? What will be the null? What will be the alternative? D, you are right. Great job, Nicole. 100 points, Nicole. Great job. And now I'm going to copy the data. And Nicole, you have jump, right? I think everyone has jump. Most people have jump by this point. We're going to copy the data. And we're going to bring it over to jump. And in jump, we're going to go to a new data table. So let's go here to File, New Data Table. File, New Data Table. Once you get the new data table open, go to Edit, Paste with column names. Don't click inside of it. Edit, Paste with column names. So you don't click inside of it. A lot of people do that. They'll be like, clicking. I'm like, no, don't click inside of it. And Edit, Paste with column names. Okay. So now, once we have this, and so pause me if you need, or say, wait, stop, and I'll stop. Go to Tables, Stack. Tables, Stack. Once you go to Tables, Stack, click the blue ones. Only the blue ones. Only the blue ones will be stacked. Now click OK. Now click OK. Now we have the data we want it to be. So we're going to, this is age group. We can call this age group right here. You don't have to do these, but you can call this age group, and we can call this outcome. You don't have to change those names. You can if you want. So you can make it nice and big here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to Analyze Fit Y by X. We're going to put the outcome of the pregnancy is what we want to understand. By the age group is the factor, which explains it. And then the frequency is the data, which is just our count of observations. So we're trying to understand the outcome of a pregnancy via the age groups of the individuals, and the data is the frequency right here. Now we're going to click OK. There's everything we need to know, basically. If it were to ask us certain things, we could put in the expected and stuff, but it probably doesn't ask that. I think this one just wants the chi-squareds. So here's our chi-squared value. These are the counts. Just showing the counts. Chi-squared is 3 point. You got it? Yes. 3 point. See, this one, this homework's not that bad. You get to use jump, and then it's like, yeah, jump makes it nice and easy. It's just like, there we type that in. There's the chi-squared. The chi-squared, once again, is this value. It's the Pearson chi-squared. Then the p-value is 0.2629. So 0.263. The p-value is way bigger. So the p-value is greater than or equal to level of significance. There is not evidence. So the p-value is greater than there's not evidence. Not today, my Pearson. Not today. Look at that. Nicole, we did that so quick. That was amazing, Nicole. Great job. We got sunken ship right here. Is this the one that's weird? Nope. This one's very similar. It's the same sort of thing. You go right here in my Pearson. You go File, New Data Table. You're welcome, Nicole. Excellent job. You guys are working so hard. We're going right up to the end here. We got a test tonight. And I understand that it can be a lot during May term. If you're wondering, I'm doing the exact same. Oh, label is categorical. My brain broke. Survive. Just changing the name so I know what it is. I thought I made a mistake. Fit Y by X. Does somebody's label, which is their gender, tell us whether or not they survived? Make sure to put your frequency down here, not there. So let's delete that. Go away. I'm losing my mind. It's all categorical, right? Yep, this chapter is all about categorical data. All about that categorical data. And so here we are. And we've got it. Looks like females were more likely to wait. Really? Males are more likely to survive? Sure. Okay. That's how this data went. It's not Titanic. And so, whoa, something crazy. So they're independent. So there is an association. Yep. Are the conditions satisfied? We want them to be independent of each other. So this is basically random right here, and then that's expected. There's more than enough expected cell counts. I could check it using jump. So if I want to check expected cell count, I could go right here and go to expecteds. And yeah, 1,000, 500, 350, 160. There's more than enough expecteds. We are good on that. We got all the expecteds we need. Calculate the chi-squared test statistic. That's going to be right down here at the bottom of the output. 688.923. So 688.92. Was that right? The p-value is 0. That's obvious because it's ridiculous. And reject or fail to reject. Reject the null. There's strong evidence. Yep, because p-value is so low. Reject the null. Which part again? The first part? Is the null and the alternative? Remember that we're doing that their independent is the null. And so that kind of gives it away. The null is always independent. And then the alternative I like to write as not independent, but they'll switch the wording. Non-independent is the same as associated, has a relationship with, or is dependent. So I like to say it's independent, not independent. That's null and alternative. They like to say things like independent, but then they'll say something like is associated, has a relationship with, is not independent, is dependent. Those are all synonymous ways of saying it because they're different ways of saying it. But I like to keep my structure the same when I do it. And I think I have it right. Let me double check that p-value again. 688.92. 688.92. Not today, my Pearson. Today's final day. Not today. Not today, my Pearson. Not today. And then this last one right here that I think is the only one I haven't done yet. That would be the new ones we haven't done. This one does something tricky with the data. Please note, if you're watching this problem right now, I think, unless they changed it, this one does something. Maybe they changed it and it's fixed now. Because I'm not seeing it. Let me see when I paste the data. So I'm opening a new data sheet and I paste with column names. Oh, it doesn't have the problem. One semester it was giving like the totals. So all we're going to do is we're going to go here to tables and stack. And we're going to double click the blue columns. So we paste our data in with column names. Make sure you review the other problems because it's very similar. Now we have our data ready to go. We're going to call this weapon. We're going to call this body part. And so this has got this right here. We got the weapon. Make it look all nice and neat. And then we go right here to analyze fit Y by X. Then we put in, does the weapon explain the body part that was injured? And then we go to data and the frequency. And there, wow, look at this. Arrows were much more likely to hit limbs and swords were more likely to hit bodies. So we should be able to identify this pretty quickly, that arrows are hitting people in the limbs, where swords are hitting people in the body more often. Rocks are kind of more like swords, but the ground of the rock was more like body and head and neck injuries, not hitting limbs as much. So rocks were hitting more of the body and arrows were way more hitting limbs. And here's our table. Please don't ask me for all the expecteds. Are you going to do that, my Pearson? Don't do it. Not that I picked this question. You got it. Awesome. Great job, Zulon. And so we have the null and alternative, that they are independent and not independent. I knew this question. I remembered it. I was like, you asked for all of them, don't you? Arrow. This is the one that might reverse it. Arrow body. Now you see my, yep. Oh, wait, arrow injury, head and neck. Arrow limb. And so for this one right here, I'm going to only put in the expecteds. You have to select from this the expecteds. So 6.9. No, I'm going to do. Put this over on my other screen, so I can look at it on the other screen. Doop, boop, doop. Okay. So you'll have to go back and look at the video, but it's on there. So 6, it's once 2 decimals, everything, 6.95, 3.72, 3.33, ground rock, 4.47. This is like, do you know how to round the game? It's the worst game ever. Even I hate double checking. That's why we can code it. I can code, if Ben's still here, we can code this to round for us in, you can probably just round in jump also, but yeah, it's probably not that hard. Jump person's like, Brian, how do you not know how to round? So all I did was put the numbers in the table. So we just literally input these numbers right here. So we just input all of those numbers and just make sure they line up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This says sword. Oh, that's where the error is. This is limb. I got to tell them that says limb. That's where the error is. I remember this question had an error, and I kept saying that. I was like, there's something weird about this one. And we noticed that it says limb there, and that should say sword. So got to contact my Pearson and say, somebody has a problem on the question. It's you guys. So 19.933, that's just the Pearson chi-squared test statistic. The p-value is very small. 19.933 was it? 933. 19.933. Would have gotten it wrong. How many degrees of freedom? 3 by 3, 2 by 2, 4 degrees of freedom. Once again, this, oh, is that it? You don't want p-value? Of course you want p-value. 3 decimals. I think it rounds to this. This is a close one. And I'm a little worried when things get that close with my Pearson. 0.00. Let me highlight it. Okay, so it does round up. You can see the exact p-value if you highlight over the star. I wanted to see if it rounded up or down. Hopefully my Pearson wouldn't get mad, but it's 0.0001. I'm going to see if it'll accept 0 in a moment because it's so close to 0. This is a very, very low p-value, so we reject the null at the 0.05 level. We conclude that there is evidence that the two are not independent. Last but not least, not today, my Pearson. So is it the epidural one? I think let's go check that one again. Let's see if it would have accepted 0. Yep, it would have accepted it because it's basically 0. So this one right here, women with breastfeeding right here and the epidural. Is this the one you're doing right here? Or is it this one? Okay, so what would the null hypothesis, what test are we doing right here, Nicole? Are we doing the homogeneity test? Are we doing the goodness of fit test? Or are we doing the chi-squared test of independence? You got it. Chi-squared test of independence. What would be the null hypothesis? What would be the null hypothesis? What keyword do you see for the null hypothesis? What keyword do you see for the null? Oh, sorry. What keyword do you see for the null? Independence. Yep. The two are independent of each other. Then the alternative, this is where people get tricked. And I think, we'll do that one next. I think so, because it's very similar to this one. This is where people get tricked because they're looking for not independent, which, yes, it is not independent. But that is to say that there is some sort of dependency or association. So that's got that one right there. We got it. I think, is it this one right here? Is it this one right here you're talking about, Nicole? You're welcome, Thomas. Oh, man. I'm so glad, Erica. Awesome job, Erica. Do well on the test. You got this. I'm glad it was actually enjoyable. That is my goal, to make classes enjoyable and fun. Oh, that was it? Awesome. We did this one, and we did this one on the, how many more do we have? We did that one. We did that one on the homework. So these last few, yeah, because they don't do not independent. I wish they did, but they're just trying to see if you can notice a small change Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Eric, and everyone. If everyone's good, we'll probably end now. We can get some lunch around 1. But great work. Excellent job. I feel like people have learned a lot, and you guys really have worked really hard. So, guys and gals, and I really, really appreciate it. It's I love it. Like, Stat 201 is kind of, I love 320. I love all my classes. But Stat 201, like, and I'm no longer, look at you guys encouraging. I love it. Yeah, send it to me and I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'm on .002. I don't care. You're welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gracie. It's like, I don't know. Like, it being an intro class is a lot of fun. And it's like, I don't know. There's just a different feel to teaching, like, mainly, like an intro class. But then in the upper level classes, it has a different fun feel too. So tomorrow I'll be teaching 320 and 474. It's fun, but it's different type of fun. But I like the intro class. I like talking to people who don't think they'll use stats. So I get the fun in this class of being like, stats is actually cool. Stats is cool, kids. Hey kids, stats is cool. I think someone's gonna clip that now. But like, it is. Stats is fun. Stats is like, you can do stats on anything. Sports, video games, politics, the fun thing, world event that's going on right now. You can do stats on that. And actually, you know what? Someone sent me, oh man, where's that at? I bet. There was a whole dashboard they sent me, and it was so cool. Thank you so much, Zuan. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll send you guys some stuff right here. You know, watch this. Stay tuned. I'll be right back in just a moment here. Stay tuned. Don't leave. Don't leave yet. Don't leave. So you can use, yes, you can definitely use it. I'll be right back in just a moment. Right back. Okay, so the graphic right here is absolutely amazing, talking about statistics and world events. So we are going to talk about the current world event. So if maybe that would cause you anxiety, just maybe I should have warned people beforehand. We're going to talk about the current world event. If you get what I'm talking about, hint, hint, current world event. So does that make sense? I'm going to be mentioning the current world event. Sold out. What's all this? I'll say I got a virtual 1-day seminar. So yeah. Yeah, so this is a whole dashboard right here. And I always want to make graphics that look this awesome. One of my students was asking me, can we make graphics like this in our class? If you notice how I was talking about Shiny earlier, when I was doing inside of R during the break, I want to make graphics that are this awesome. So you can see the US right here. But of course, we're a bigger country. Here's Italy. And you can see the countries that are on declines. France is having a little jump back up. Switzerland's way down. You got South Korea right here. I know this graph is amazing, right? So who's this? Here's China. And you can see what countries are going down, where you can see where every country's at. Brazil, if you've heard the recent news that Brazil is climbing, there's the Brazil increasing. So that's Brazil has not hit the peak of its curve yet. And the US is slowly coming down. Come on, US, we gotta get our head in the game. So this gives you a ton of information, but it breaks it down even earlier. I mean, even more. You can see like the breakdown right here with like bar graphs, like cases per million, kind of a bar graph view of it right here. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Elizabeth. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And this right here, like which countries are rising and falling. So is this Cameroon, Guatemala is rising. Is it Malaysia's also rising? I didn't know that. Iraq is on the rise in cases, and they update this. Like they're updating it. Updated today. And which one's this? There's no middle bar. But countries that are going down are like Switzerland, Turkey, the UK is going down apparently. So if we were to try, I wish we could isolate UK on here. I don't think it has a button to isolate UK. Wait, there's UK. I can't get it. They're right here. So UK is on a pretty decent decline right now. I mean, they're beating us by a little bit. So it's just like one of those things, like seeing how it goes each day, and usually do like days since so many outbreaks. And you could change this average total cases. This is it's so cool. Um, yeah, exactly, Zulon, you're totally right. And oh wait, who is this? There's Singapore. Singapore kind of shot up. The US is still increasing in active cases. So you really want to get your active cases down. And so South Korea, this is also on a log scale. So if they go below this, they go below 1,000, which I think they are below 1,000 active cases. But it's on a log scale. So, and eventually we might have to go to a million. A million, I'm surprised, is not on the log scale. What do I mean by a log scale? Is that this is 10 active cases. This is 100, this is 1,000, 10, and 100,000. So the log scale means that it goes up in units of 10 every time. So a jump from here to here is a 10-degree scale difference. A jump from here to would be 100,000 to a million. So you see this log nature to the curve. This is where it has a logarithmic shape to it. Total cases, there we go. There's those. The color coding is like, oh, that by how many there are. And here's the total deaths. Of course, these will constantly go up because it can't. And you also notice we're leveling off, which is good. But also it's a log scale. France and Italy have really, if you look at Italy, Italy hasn't changed much in the last like month or two. So Italy did have a huge surge. If you look at a really like, also Spain, everyone remembers Spain, kind of hearing the news about Spain where it was really bad. If you look at Spain's surge, China, where it started off really bad too, you see the surge in China's numbers, and US is kind of like a bad surge here is bad. You want to be flatter here. Like South Korea did a really good job right there. South Korea has a very flat curve, and their total deaths are 269, which is ridiculous. For the population size, that's amazing. You get so many stats right here. I think we looked at all the stats on that one. That's really cool. I haven't looked at this one too much, but so it's the USA, the confirmed cases, the number of deaths, percent of cases that have died. So you can look at, Saudi Arabia has a very low percent die per cases, where Belgium has a very high. The US is about 6% of people with confirmed cases die. Russia is very low in it, and Brazil is about where the US is at. And then this is the grand mean right here. We would call this the grand mean because it's the average of all, which you notice you have variation. You have variation within this, probably due to the reporting. Like every country's going to report their statistics differently. We'd hope it'd be very consistent, but that's what variation does. You can go right here. You can see who's rising and who's falling in deaths. Israel's doing great in this. There does show us the average decrease. So they're decreasing by about 21.5% over 7 days, it looks like, where we have Cameroon. But it might be small countries. Australia. Oh, Australia jumped? I have a friend in Australia. But also, they have very low total deaths. Their total deaths is 103. So they might see a jump because, to have that small of a number. I would like it if they only looked at countries that have maybe like a certain percentage to the population, like a certain percent of deaths. What percent of cases are bad? You got mild, severe, and only about 4.7% of cases are bad. Who's most at risk of dying? And just depending on your age group. So this is why it's very 90 plus, probably due to limited data. Also, maybe if you lived to 90, maybe there's something about you that your body's more resilient. But you look at where the common life expectancy is between the 60 to 90 age group, then there is really a, very high mortality rate. Even in the 50s, it's kind of bad. 40s, not so bad. I mean, no mortality rate is good, but really the least at-risk individuals are the 10 to 19. And there have been people who died in this age group, I believe, but it's so low that it's very, very unlikely. And once again, there's underlying health risk conditions too. There's a really great graphic here at the bottom. This graphic I really like because it shows you in comparison to other diseases. Oh, we can zoom in on it. That's awesome. Wait, I want to see this one. Oh no, zoom out. So, close it. Okay, can I zoom in on? Okay, well, we can't get the right zoom on it. So this one right here, you can see like where smallpox are at. Yeah, it's like, well, there's a statistically significant difference between each of these. And then there's just really such a low mortality rate in the 10 to 19 age group. But you can see that there is generally a positive linear trend. and maybe there's just lack of data on newborns or very young children dying of COVID, but we just don't have good. There's not good evidence to suggest young children will die of COVID. I mean, you could, and there's mystery illnesses and stuff connected to it, but we can see the most at-risk age groups. It's everyone's at risk, but then there's the most at-risk age group. I don't want someone to say like Brian saying these people are safe from it. No, everyone's at risk to a certain degree. Even though these numbers don't show anything here, there's still people. Lurking variables, yeah. And that's the thing is, the lurking variables here would be things like underlying conditions. So you see right here, existing conditions, cardiovascular disease, not good. Diabetes, not good. Chronic respiratory disease, not good. Abnormally high blood pressure, not good. Cancer, not good. Non-existent conditions. So this is the mortality rate it looks like for those with non-existent conditions. Now, you might have a condition we don't know about, but for all individuals, and that might just mean they're inside of here. You know what I'd like, Isaac? I'd really like a multivariate analysis where we look at what is the what percent of people die in certain age groups with certain conditions. So I don't think they break it down by that, which I wish they did, because we could go deeper into this analysis right here and say within certain age groups, yeah. So then we would say like, okay, the people who have non-existent conditions might be the people dying up here. Yeah. Really cool dashboard right here that they created. There you go. And this information is beautiful. Really great site. Students sent it to me just recently here, so I'm sharing it with you guys and gals. You can look at how deadly it is. Things like measles. This is infection. Like measles is crazy infective. And it looks like measles is about, but I mean, we had to eradicate measles. And how did we beat measles? We did it with a vaccine. And so measles is way more infectious than it looks like measles, and chickenpox is way more infectious. But chickenpox, if you look at it, is not deadly. Like someone's probably died of chickenpox. Sorry if anyone knows anyone who has, but chickenpox is right there. It's very super infectious, but it's super not deadly. You can get chickenpox. Most people get chickenpox and they're fine. It's better if you get it younger. That's why I don't even think there's really a chickenpox vaccine. The common cold, way less infectious than COVID, or it could be in the range because they're still estimating, but COVID's up here with Spanish flu, which you don't want to be. Like tuberculosis is super bad. That's why you get your TB shot. SARS is super bad. Polio is super bad. Smallpox super bad. That's why smallpox is like one of those. Smallpox is like way worse. So smallpox is super bad. And then Ebola, also super bad, but a little less infectious. Also, you show symptoms earlier. So if someone gets Ebola, they get quarantined way faster. So, and I think you're way worse. Like it's way more deadly. If you get Ebola, yep. That they link their sources, that's awesome. Yeah. No, this is real deal. This is like how we do. Look, yeah, WHO, there you go. World Health Organization. So bird flu, way more deadly, but way less infectious. So this is what data's all about. This analysis right here done with just, boom, normal curves. I got to show you guys one more thing. I'm glad so many people are still here. Let me see here. We're going to show another YouTuber's video here. Can I find it? Yes, found it. Okay. So this video right here goes over, really, like this video right here. Let's take a screenshot of it. We're going to take a screenshot of this. What they did was, so this is Zelda. And what they did was, has anyone ever played Zelda the Wind Waker? Now Linkus is going to claim my video. Don't claim this video, Linkus. Has anyone ever played Zelda Wind Waker? So in Zelda Wind Waker, there's a game called Splush Kaboom, and it's basically Battleship. And you should check out this video right here because they were trying to estimate how many randomness steps you would take in the game. So this is completely crazy, but they estimated by the time you got to the game that you would be at something like 5.5 million steps. But then there's variation within it. Like you might be a couple, tens of thousands of steps away from there. Like you could have taken like your 5.5 million steps plus or minus a standard deviation of 10,000 steps. Does that make sense? Like when he's playing the game till he gets to this point, he will take up to 5.5 million steps on average, plus or minus 10.1 million steps. And so it creates this histogram of possible outcomes. And so, or this distribution of possible outcomes. And then they were able to figure out and decode the randomness by like using probability and statistics. And it's really cool. This video I watched, and I was like, man, I wish I could just show this video. I'd show it in class in person, and I'd show the parts where they're decoding the randomness, and they're able to figure out based on probability and normal curves. And they literally go in, and I already closed it down, but then they create a second normal curve around this peak, and they create a second normal curve over here, and then they can narrow it down when they figure this all out. I was like, oh my gosh, normal curve stuff, absolutely amazing. So those clued me in on normal curve. But yep, average disease per death worldwide, COVID, so hepatitis. So COVID's really up there. Yep, average disease deaths per day worldwide. So are more people dying via hepatitis and tuberculosis right now? So look, chickenpox is all the way down there, 12 people. So you're welcome, Jack. So good seeing you. Yes, next semester I will see you. I think that does it. Total mentions in media. Yeah, COVID's dominating the media. This is they call this a tree map. This graphic right here is a tree map. So it just takes up, I think you can do it in Jump. You can go right here, you can make a tree map. So to make a tree map, let's open our pizza data. Or we can do the, we'll open this data. So we're gonna make a tree map here of where people live. We should go to graph builder, and then we put inside here, there's that's a heat map. Tree map is that one. It's tree map, should say tree map. Yep, tree map. So you go here to where people live, like distance from campus, you drop it in, and you go to tree map, there's a tree map. They're just making theirs look a little bit nicer. Yep. And so yeah, this is it. It's just like, and when you learn what these things are, you learn that this graphic they made right here is a tree map. So if you look at the same graphic we can make, theirs just looks a little bit nicer because we're using cool color schemes. It's just a tree map. That's called a tree map. And a tree map is just a categorical display of data we didn't mention in this class. It's not commonly used. But you can see that COVID-19 is dominating the news coverage. You can see all these little tiny squares that things are we don't even really care about. I guess I can zoom in on it. They didn't even label them. Like you've got Ebola, malaria, TB, and then things that are so tiny you can't even see them, because they take up such little percentage. Just think of it as a pizza, a square pizza, and the percentage is on there. But yeah, I find this all super interesting. Best household materials for a mask. A surgical mask? The best household material for a mask is a surgical mask. A dish towel? Really? So cotton blend, pillowcase, linen, standard pillowcase, silk, scarves, and cotton. So, I mean, a dish towel is really, but then they're showing it by hard to breathe through. So, wash mask daily, do not share. I don't wash my mask. Wash hands after mask removal, and before too. Adding a cut up coffee filter can boost efficiency. Huh, interesting stuff. So, yeah, these are the hardest to breathe through, but they're the best. Surgical mask is obviously the best because it's a surgical mask. That's why it does it. And yeah, flatten the curve, outbreak with protective measures, healthcare system capacity, incubation periods. Yeah, this is the hard thing about it. Things like swine flu had a much shorter incubation period. There's the average, there's the typical time. We do see more variation in it. And wow, chickenpox is that big of an... I thought Ebola was like super quick. Ebola can incubate that? Huh. I always heard Ebola was super quick. Here's the most common symptoms: emergency symptoms, difficulty breathing, chest pain, pressure, loss of change or taste of smell. That's weird. I was make sure I can smell things. Dry cough, shortness of breath. Who's more likely to get it, men or women? Men are more likely to get it. But then I want to control for all the factors. Maybe men have more cardiovascular issues. Maybe men have more diabetes. So maybe men are people are ages. But I want to control for those factors. But yeah. Nose losing function too is bad. Yeah, there you go. Important to know the symptoms. know the symptoms, and then make sure if you start to feel anything that you kind of self-quarantine until you're able to get a test. So the best measures we can do is to help to take care of each other. Zulon, great advice. So like knowing your symptoms, if you start to feel out of it, tell people like, I can't go out, I can't be doing this or that. Like self-quarantine, the measures we can take ourselves are some of the best. But that's got it. If you guys can't tell, I love data. When I went to that site, I was just like, I want to look at all of this. I want to look at all this data. But that's got it. It is our last day, so you guys might know it. As per usual, Brian's going to go to his office again. He's going to go to his office, and I'll see you guys later. So I'm just going to head off here to my office. I'll be back unless something crazy happens in my office. Nothing ever crazy happens in my office. You guys can come tomorrow. You can say hey. You can always say hey. You can email. You got any questions, always say hey. Hang out for a moment. I'm going to go to my office. So just chill while I go get a haircut and go to my office.
Hey Brian, what's up?
Hey, Adam.
Oh, what's this?
Adam, what are you doing? Adam!
No!
I'm back. Bye, everybody.